mentioned last year. We must make clear distinctions between mobilizers and organizers.
You know, one of my favorite things about Kwame Ture is that he has a blend of like three accents. Like he has a blend of a Southern Black American accent, a Trinidadian accent, which never went away. He was born and raised mostly in Trinidad before his family moved to New York. And he has, of course, a New York Black American accent. It's really cool.
To be an
The reason why I'm showing you guys this is because, as you know, PSL and affiliated organizations, Palestinian Youth Movement, a variety of others are planning for a massive demonstration this Saturday in Washington, D.C. There have been several pro-Palestinian marches in Washington, D.C. since the onset of the continued genocide. So, really, really important stuff. And people are like, oh, this is counterinsurgency. No. Okay, a march is not fucking counterinsurgency. Something is only counterinsurgent if the purpose of this thing is to stop an act of insurgency. People in Palestine have literally called on people in the West to march in front of Zionist embassies, to apply pressure on their ruling classes, on their governments, to take every action possible to raise their voices to stop this ongoing genocide. So this march is actually in response to the call that was put out by the Palestinian people. Are the Palestinian people themselves counterinsurgent? Absolutely not. But there's this weird like ultra-left thing, which is basically like, oh, if you're not going around blowing shit up, then you're counterinsurgent. No, that is a very, very childish way to do politics. Diversity of tactics holds that we should not criticize people that are doing things in good faith. If millions of people can be mobilized, shit, Yemen holds million-man marches every other day. Are they counterinsurgent? Of course not, because they also are using other tactics. A movement, a real movement, takes a variety of tactics. It cannot just be one thing or the other. It cannot just be a march. It cannot just be underground acts of property destruction and violence. So Kwame Ture spoke on this.
organized.
So if you're mobilizing people and then they all disperse at the end of the day, George Jackson and Kwame Ture would probably slap you. The purpose of mobilization is to lead to further organization. So this march is going to take place April 5th, I believe, is it's not just, okay, everybody show up to Washington, D.C. and then everybody go home. It's join an organization. It's go back to wherever you're from and organize people in solidarity with the Palestinian Revolutionary Movement.
You must be a mobilizer, but being a mobilizer doesn't make you an organizer.
Hear that? Being a mobilizer does not make you an organizer. So that's a bit of a shout out to people who think that mobilization is the sole purpose of organization. That's not the case. If you mobilize millions of people and then those millions of people go home and brag about, oh yeah, I went to DC for that march, and then they do nothing else, then you have failed in your job as an organizer. Your job as an organizer is to bring millions of people into the movement and keep them there. Retention is extremely important, because if you bring somebody to a rally or a meeting or a march or something like that, and then they do not hit you back up and be like, hey, so that thing, I really like that. Is there something that I could do to continue to help the cause? Is there something that I could do to learn more about this? Is there somebody I could talk to? Then you failed. We can't keep failing. The left in the United States has basically been a 150-year-long history of failure. We can't afford that anymore. We are under an existential climate change crisis. We can't do that. We can't afford failure anymore.
Much confusion is to be found here. Malcolm X was a great mobilizer. He was a great organizer. Martin Luther King was a great mobilizer. He was not a great organizer. These facts can be easily seen.
Mind you, Stokely Carmichael, who later became Kwame Ture, was a direct colleague of Martin Luther King.
From King and Malcolm.
King was head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and Kwame Ture spent his formative political years as head of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee.
When Malcolm went to a place, he left a mosque.
When Malcolm went to a place, he left a mosque. When Malcolm went to a place, he left a mosque. When communists go to a place, we should leave a cell, a cadre, a collective, a mass organization, something.
When King went to demonstrations, he broke down desegregation and he moved on. As a matter of fact, King was not concerned with organization to the point that even though he was the most popular Baptist preacher in America, without the shadow of a doubt, and probably, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the most loved, he could not become president of the National Baptist Convention. Yeah, so many of them. The National...
A lot of egos were involved that probably would have, like, the thing with black preachers is that they're extremely jealous of each other. They're constantly trying to poach each other's church membership and shit like that. I mean, they get together when shit happens, but yeah, it's kind of like the left.
Baptist Convention. As a matter of fact, if my memory serves me correctly now, and I remember it was Muhammad Speaks that carried the article on the front page in 1964 when King tried to become president of the National Baptist Convention. There was so much confusion there that a minister was actually pushed off the stage and died in the struggle. Yeah.
Oof.
And of course, King lost. The man who won was a reactionary man by the name of Jackson. He never did nothing for the people, never cared about the people, just was a pork chop minister who used their money to put gas in his big Cadillac.
What does pork chop mean? So when you listen to activists from the 60s speak, they use the term pork chops. The Black Panthers use this term a lot too. They use it to refer to reactionary cultural nationalists, basically people who are like, you know what, I like Papa Doc because he's black. Okay, it's not just a black thing. It's not just about liking somebody because they're black. It's not just about liking somebody because they make a lot of pro-black noise. Like, we have to study theory because we have to know what pro-black is and what pro-black isn't. A lot of people that posture as being pro-black are not really pro-black. They're pro themselves and they're pro making money for themselves. So when you hear somebody being called a pork chop nationalist or a pork chop minister, it also demonstrates the intense influence that Islam has had in Black American culture, in major part thanks to Malcolm X, because pork chop, if you know anything about Islam, is something that you have no business eating if you're a Muslim. So basically, when somebody from the 60s calls you a pork chop, they're calling you a sellout, they're calling you a phony, they're calling you a flunky, they're calling you a fraud. A pork chop is not something that you want to be.
But he was organized. We say that we must come to know the difference between mobilization and organization because the enemy will use mobilization to demobilize us. Mobilization is very easy. Very, very easy. Because
this is why, like, if you hold a huge rally, okay, that's dope, that's cool. But you should not act like that makes you a better organizer than anybody else. Because if we come back to your community a month from now, a year from now, and there's no real staying power as a result of this huge 50,000 person demonstration, what really did you do besides get a bunch of people together and help keep the shoe industry in business? Like, you were really good for Nike. You're really good for Adidas. You're really good for G.H. Bass. You wore out the soles on a lot of people's shoes. And as Fred Hampton would say, you helped wear down their metaphysical souls as well because they're fucking tired of the shit. But if there's no lasting mass organization, hell, if there's not even a community guard as a result of this mass mobilization, what exactly did you really do besides lend your name and hold a bunch of ugly ass signs? You gotta be smarter.
We're people who are instinctively ready to respond against acts of injustice. Anytime there's one little act of injustice, we can blow it up and we'll find people who come and make some mass demonstration around it. Miss Sally lost her job. Let's rally. She'll get her job back. People will come and rally. So-and-so got kicked out of school because the teacher's unjust. The people will come and rally. They will come to rally at issues. And this is what mobilization does. It mobilizes people around issues. Those of us who are revolutionary are not concerned with issues. We're concerned with the system. The difference must be properly understood. The difference must be properly understood. Mobilization usually leads for reform action, not to revolutionary action. If we would look scientifically at the October 16th million and more march, we would see clearly that this was a mobilized event, not an organized event.
Y'all should be eternally grateful that you don't have to wear glasses.
We must know clearly.
Imagine having to pay to use your fucking eyes.
The difference between mobilization and organization. One of the characteristics of mobilization is that it is temporary.
You hear that? Temporary. We have to build shit that's permanent. We have to build socialism and eventually communism upon a permanent foundation. If you just rely on mobilization and mobilization alone, you're building on a on a fucking sandcastle. And when the tide comes, it's going to be washed away.
Organization is permanent and eternal. Clear differences must be made because the unconscious can usually be captured easily around one-issue items, around mobilization items. But it's
this is sort of a rebuff to people who think that like, oh, we just have to focus on our issue. Like Kwame Ture would not appreciate these fucking ADOS and FBA people, maybe because y'all just focus on one fucking thing. You all focus on one fucking thing, differentiating and delineating yourself from other black people. For one, it's fucking stupid ass coon shit, and then for two, like what is the follow through? Like, what do you all want? Do you all want pogroms where you go around and beat up the fucking Jamaican guy selling patties on the corner? Do you want to go and beat up the African dude selling fake purses on the fucking corner? Like, what exactly is your goal? What is your end goal? It's just endless yapping like Cory Booker did the other day. I really hate Cory Booker because he shares a name with Cory Bush. He was dope. But like, you cannot just focus on one thing. You cannot just focus on one thing. Okay, you got somebody's job back. Now what? What are you going to do to end the system of wage labor and exploitation and alienation of the worker from their surplus value? Like, what are we going to do to that? We can't just be like bouncing around putting out fires, because the fire is eternal until we end it. It will not stop until we stop it. So if all you focus on is mobilizing around this or that single issue, you're going to be 75, 80, 90 years old still doing the same old shit, and shit will have gotten no better. We're going to be living in a world where the average temperature in July is 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that what you want? That's what's going to happen when you keep going around putting out fires. Am I saying that we should not put out fires? No. But I'm saying that a lot of people confuse tactics with strategy. Strategy is long-term. Tactics is how you accomplish your long-term goals. A lot of people haven't studied Clausewitz. I have a really, really good book about Clausewitz and his relationship to peoples who are behind me. You can get it at Foreign Languages Press. Check it out.
It's hard to catch them around organization, but these unconscious must be brought to organization. We must transform mobilization to organization. We say the enemy will come and use mobilization to demobilize us. Many brothers and sisters who've been to the Million and More March will say to you, I was there.
Don't go to shit just to say you were there. Don't do that. Like, I can't stand that. Like, we're communists, we're revolutionaries, we're anarchists, whatever. We're not clout chasers. Who gives a fuck you were there? There were a million other people there. Like, okay, you were there. What did you do? Who did you link up with? What organization did you help build? That's what you should be asking yourself.
Well, what are you doing today, my sister? I was there. There weren't too many sisters out there, but you know, with a million brothers together, you know where I had to be. I was there. Yes. And then, of course, you find brothers, yeah, I was there. I helped you. What are you doing today, brother? If we're not careful, we allow mobilization to become events. The struggle is never an event. It's a process, a continual, eternal process. Pan-Africanism must come from the bottom up, from the mass.
So this is Kwame Ture. I'm just going to spam Kwame Ture because y'all, like, people really, really need to study Kwame Ture. Like, he is probably the most slept on theoretician ever. Like, everybody knows who Robert Allen is. Everybody knows who this is. Everybody knows who Gonzalo is. Everybody knows who Maoism is. But, like, if we're going to make revolution in the United States, we need to study people who've actually tried to get there in the United States. Damn, that's a big-ass bottle of water. But, like, one thing I've noticed in DSA is that we don't read a lot of black theoreticians. We read Marx, we read Engels. I've never heard of a DSA chapter reading Stalin, but like, we focus on white shit. We focus on movements that failed. Am I saying that SNCC was a overwhelming success? No, but they got further than any of us have in this day and age. So definitely study Kwame Ture. Definitely learn from Kwame Ture. There's a whole ass book of his speeches called Stokely Speaks. It's behind me in this pile somewhere. Have you all seen the huge ass pile of books behind me? Yeah. Well, matter of fact, I've got piles of books everywhere. I've got one here, and over there. So, yeah, pick up Stokely Speaks. There's also a really, really good biography of him by Peniel Joseph. It's literally titled Stokely. So, yeah, those two books will help introduce you to Kwame Ture and his thought. Let's see what he has to say about Pan-Africanism and socialism.
It is here then that we've come to see the real aspect of Pan-Africanism. We said that in the Fifth Pan-African Congress, they called for mass organizations, and immediately mass organizations sprang up throughout the length and breadth of the African world. The Conventional People's Party, a mass party, sprang up in Ghana. The Democratic Party of Guinea.
Kwame Ture is spelled Kwame, Kwame, Ture. The E in Ture has an accent mark on the end.
A mass party sprang up in Guinea. Throughout the length and breadth of Africa,
this YouTube channel that I'm watching these from is Afro-Marxist. Highly recommend. They have a lot of rare videos of Pan-African and revolutionary communist leaders.
We had TANU, the Tanzanian African National Union, which is now the CCM. My Swahili is not as good as yours. Chumpa, Chimpuraza, Mazuri.
That's very good.
Oh, my Swahili is bad. Thank you. Chapa Chapman Puduzi. Exactly. And that's their new party. But all over Africa, mass parties sprung up. If you look at the Caribbean, mass parties sprung up. And if you look at the United States, mass movements sprang up. So the call was heeded for mass confrontation. Of course, the Fifth Pan-African Congress made two definite and precise resolutions, which I want to highlight. Of course, Pan-Africanism from the very beginning was anti-colonial. From the very beginning, it was anti-colonial. It was weak. So when they came, they didn't say to the Queen, we're going to put you.
So I'm going to keep Kwame playing, but I'm going to show you the website of the party, the All African People's Revolutionary Party that he helped found. I am not a member, although brothers have been asking me to join for years.
Out the country.
Might one day take the leap and do it.
They said you must treat the natives right, you must educate them, you must prepare them for self-government. These are things that are weak, but they were anti-colonial in essence. We must not look at the form. And we got stronger, the more this anti-colonialism will express itself. Now, anti-colonialism is nothing but anti-capitalism, because colonialism is nothing but an offshoot, an aspect of capitalism. Therefore, if you're anti-colonial, you must be anti-capitalist, if you're logical in your thinking, of course, and your actions. Some people.
So what is the All African People's Revolutionary Party? The AAPRP is a permanent, independent, revolutionary, socialist, Pan-African political party based in Africa. Africa is the just homeland of African people all over the world. Our party is an integral part of the Pan-African and World Socialist Revolutionary Movement. The All African People's Revolutionary Party understands that all people of African descent, whether they live in North or South America, the Caribbean, or in any other part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation. This was written by Kwame Nkrumah, and it can be found on page 87 of his Class Struggle in Africa. So the party was founded in Guinea, West Africa in 1968. The All African People's Revolutionary Party was originally called for by Oseyefo, I believe that translates to teacher, Kwame Nkrumah, in his book, The Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, which I had in this stack behind me, but I gave it away to a comrade. Later in 1968, the first work study circle was established. Since the establishment of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, we have recruited Africans throughout the African world. We recognize that African people born and living in over 113 countries are one people with one identity, one history, one culture, one nation, and one destiny. Does this mean that black people in the United States have the exact same history and struggle of black people in Trinidad? Absolutely not. But it does mean that in the broad scheme of things, we're basically the same people. We've gone through the same shit. We have the same oppressor, except in Trinidad, the oppressor was British, and in the United States, the oppressor was settler American. So when you break it all down, as Malcolm X said, when the Bandung conference was held, you took somebody from Angola, you took somebody from China, you took somebody from Vietnam, you took somebody from French Indochina, which Vietnam was once a part of, and the common thread that united all these people was that their oppressor was European colonialist. Now our oppressors are European imperialists and capitalists. So to topple this global system of oppression, we have to unite globally as African people. African people have one common enemy, and that enemy is capitalism. Capitalism has many forms and manifestations, which include imperialism, Zionism. It's a firmly anti-Zionist party. As a matter of fact, SNCC lost a lot of funders because they were the first major left-wing organization in the United States to come out explicitly against Israel and against Zionism. Racism and neocolonialism. As a people, Africans suffer from disunity, disorganization, and ideological confusion. What is the manifestation of the ideological confusion amongst black people? You have, as I already mentioned, FBA and ADOS, where you have people that are literally applauding Lana Del Negro running through a cornfield might as well be a cotton field talking about, if I wasn't American, I would love you more, or some stupid, saccharine, sappy shit. You have people think that just because black people have produced several dozen millionaire ball players and musicians and artists, you think that we've actually accomplished something? No, the vast majority of our people still live in hell in this country. That's what America can be defined as: prison, hell, a shining turd in a gas station toilet bowl. That's what America is. There's only one scientific and correct solution: Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. So that is the line of the All Africa People's Revolutionary Party. What is the ideology? That's Kwame Nkrumah with Fidel Castro. Fidel hung out with everybody. So the ideology of the All African People's Revolutionary Party is Nkrumahism, Tureism, Cabralism. So Kwame Ture's name, he changed his name after he met Sekou Ture, who is the leader of Guinea. Sekou Ture has a bit of an ignominious history because he ended up basically reverting away from socialism and ended up being Ronald Reagan's best buddy in Africa. So what are the principles of Nkrumahism, Tureism, and Cabralism? Revolutionary African personality and identity. Pan-Africanism is the primary objective of African revolutionaries throughout the world. Dialectical and historical materialism. It really, really burns my ass when people say that Pan-Africans do not acknowledge dialectical and historical materialism. Humanism, egalitarianism, collectivism, industrialism, absolute harmony between religion and revolution. A major reason why Marxism has not caught on amongst the majority of black people in the United States and the diaspora as a whole, never mind on the continent, is because of this whole weird new atheist in the worst way type bullshit that a lot of white Marxists or people that think they're Marxists adhere to. Like, religion is something that's very, very important to the African psyche. We are a deeply spiritual people. Every theoretician that has written about black people acknowledges this. That's why Huey P. Newton, after he got out of prison, had the Panthers going to church. Like, people are like, why is it so hard to organize in the black community? Because the black community is already organized. Our major organizing vessels are churches and mosques. So I'm really, really glad that this is a thing. You cannot just separate these two. You cannot just be like, oh, if you're religious, you're a horrible Marxist. I mean, there's been no revolution in the United States. So by this standard, every Marxist in the United States is a horrible Marxist because we haven't accomplished our number one goal, which is to end America. Necessity and primacy of permanent mass political education and organization, and necessity for positive action. So there's an overview here. They've written a lot of stuff. Really good. I like reading a lot of stuff. So more about the harmony between religion, spirituality, and religion. For Nkrumahism, Tureism, Cabralism, a revolutionary ideology coming from African culture, there is and cannot be any contradiction between revolution and religion. In fact, revolution and religion and spirituality are in harmony and are complementary aspects of culture. Religion and spirituality are dominant features of the African personality. Nkrumah points out that the traditional face of Africa includes an attitude toward man which can only be described in its social manifestation as being socialist. This arises from the fact that man is regarded in Africa as primarily a spiritual being, a being endowed originally with a certain inward dignity and value. This is from Consciencism, which I have not read. I think I skimmed it a little bit. For African people, there is essential harmony in our faith in the Creator and the African Revolution. To fulfill our obligations to our religion or spirituality, we have an obligation to properly serve one another, God's highest creation. Man and woman, the true servants of God and the people, have the duty to fight for liberation of those deprived of liberty, whether an individual or a people. So this is really, really interesting. You have a dialectical materialist formation that is actually struggling and theorizing about the unique relationship that black people have with our religion. Somebody posted something in the chat that I want to cover. So something about the rally. You should definitely go. You should definitely link up with people who are from your area, and you should look into what exactly you all can do to pop shit off where you are. Like, don't just go to the march just to say you were there, just because your desperation has driven you to the streets. I get it, but as Kwame Ture said, it has to be permanent. Like, what we do has to be permanent. Mobilizations are good. Nobody's saying that you should not mobilize. But what people are saying is that you have to actually like make this stuff permanent. You have to draw in thousands and thousands of people. You're dropping in with a couple questions. Lovely.
People are not, but we are
I'm streaming at 5 o'clock every day just to answer your asinine questions. I'm joking.
speaking of logical people here. Yes. If you're anti-capitalist, then you must be socialist. Capitalism cannot unite Africa. Africa has to be united by socialism. Now, there's a lot of confusion.
Why can capitalism not unite Africa? Well, if Africa was exploited by capitalism, it still is being exploited by capitalism of various varieties, whether they be state monopoly capitalism, as they are, as you see in China and Russia, or whether they be American monopoly capitalism, like capitalist monopoly capitalism, aka imperialism. Like, you cannot break down the master's tools with the master's house. It's not going to happen. Oh, lovely.
Confusion here on this question of capitalism and socialism. Just recently,
I actually don't hate settlers. I just wish they would quit doing the bullshit.
a young man said to me, but socialism died. I said, it did. He said, you didn't hear about it? I said, I missed the funeral.
Like, this isn't about hatred. This is about ending the bullshit that we live under.
Of course, he spoke about the betrayals that occurred in the East. You must not let capitalism confuse your thinking. This is a struggle which Pan-Africanism takes on. We struggle against imperialism in the ideological arena because many people think that capitalism just wants to exploit your labor. It wants to confuse your thinking and make you think just like them. And this is where the real fight occurs. So therefore, this struggle of confusing the thinking, I told the man, I said, you're talking nonsense. Socialism cannot disappear. It cannot die. He said, yes, it can. I said, no. He said, how do you say that? I said, well, you are judging socialism by socialists. You don't do that. He said, I've never heard such nonsense. If you don't judge socialism by socialists, what do you judge it by? I say, you judge it by its principles. Every system is judged by its principles, never its adherents. So he still saw confusion. He said, you're just talking double talk. I said, okay, do you judge Christianity by Christians?
It would be dope if we did, but again, I definitely agree with him here. Like, you can't just... If we judge socialism by the people that call themselves socialists, nobody would be a socialist because most of the socialists in the United States are absolute fucking morons. And Kwame Ture was a socialist. MLK was in the process of developing towards what we could vaguely call democratic socialism. Malcolm X was developing towards what we could call Pan-African revolutionary nationalism with a socialist outlook. Like, yeah, it's definitely kind of fucked up just to take... People do this with anarchists a lot. They see some anarchists complaining about bedtime, and they're like, all anarchists are useless. No, because... if you've been in the streets, if you've been to an uprising, you know that the anarchists generally are the people who have their shit together, whereas the Marxists are standing off in a corner handing out pamphlets. So you can't just judge an entire ideology or an entire base of work just by what some idiot told you on the internet.
So we must not be confused here. Socialism doesn't fall because of betrayal. No system does. The person who betrays themselves goes to the mud, but the system, with its eternal principles, keep marching on. If a system fell because of betrayal, Christianity would have been finished with Judas. At least Judas had the dignity to hang himself. Some of these who betray socialism don't have that dignity. Gorbachev still runs around speaking and picking up 30 pieces of silver everywhere. Yeah.
Stokely, well, Kwame also wasn't a fan of Deng Xiaoping. There's actually a video that I'm going to try to find where he criticizes when he referred to the betrayal in the East, he was referring to the collapse of the USSR and also the transition of China from a socialist system to a state monopoly capitalist system.
So socialism is an economic system, and there can only be two in the world, capitalism or socialism, because
there is no third way. There is no alternative.
Every economic system must answer one fundamental question. Who will own and control the wealth of the country? Who will own and control the means of production? The question can only be answered two ways. Either a few will own or everyone will own. It's as simple as that. And under capitalism, we say, please summarize that we might have. No, I'm going. I thought I had 20 minutes. It's my time. I thought I had 20 minutes. I was going by the clock. How much time do I have left? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm off. That's what I thought I did. I was watching it. Now I'm watching my clock. I'm irresponsible. I'm revolutionary. I go by time. I got my clock right here.
This is neat. So down with Khrushchevite revisionism. What is it, 1967? So the All African People's Revolutionary Party is in unity with a variety of groups across the country, across the world. So just a few of their brother and sister organizations and alliances: the American Indian Movement, the African National Congress, the Azania. Azania is a term for South Africa that's widely used in the movement. The Azanian People's Organization, Frelimo, Front for the Liberation of Mozambique, the Democratic Party of Guinea, the Communist Party of Cuba, the Irish Republican Socialist Movement, the Libyan Arab Jahamiya, rest in power, the MPLA, the National Front for the Liberation of the Congo, the PLO, the PAC, the Pan-African Congress of Azania, the Pan-African Union of Sierra Leone, PANAFU, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. This is Amilcar Cabral's party. The Southwest African People's Organization, the Workers' Party of Korea, and the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, ZANU-PF. So some pretty heavy hitters on here. All of those alliances were built through struggle and negotiation and like actually going out and meeting these people.
Matter of fact, I can say it in 2 words: Black Power.
Kwame Ture actually coined that term, by the way. Well, he put the term in broad use.
And today we've gone to one, Pan-Africanism. Yeah. So there are only 2 economic systems, and it's going to be capitalism or socialism. Capitalism is a backward system. There's no need to discuss it. Certainly anyone who's been made a slave by capitalism ought to be hesitant in trying to support the system. But as a conscious African, I must be against capitalism, and I must, of course, seek to destroy it. So when you speak of Pan-Africanism, you must understand you speak of socialism. And we want to underline there's only one socialism out here, and that's scientific socialism.
So this is calling yourself a scientific socialist is a really, really good way to like avoid squabbling over dead guy. Like, oh, some people identify as Trotskyists, some people identify as Marxist-Leninists, some people identify as Guevarists. Yes, they still exist. Some people identify like, stop arguing over which dead theoretician, Hachiism. Stop arguing over which dead theoretician. Like, none of these people that helped lay the foundations of what we know as scientific socialism today. I still call myself a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, but it's a synonym for scientific socialism. That is a very, very good way to avoid being in constant positional warfare with people that hold differing views than you. Like, that serves no purpose.
Principles are abiding and universal. There's no such thing as African socialism, Chinese socialism, Russian socialism, Arab socialism. There's only one socialism. The confusion arises over ideology. That is that which guides you towards your objective. So we're saying clearly here, Pan-Africanism is not an ideology. It is an objective. It is an achievable. Pan-Africanism is the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. All we want is a unified continent with a socialist system. That's all. But you know,
that's all. So this is relevant to a little farrago I had earlier with my definition of what revolutionary black nationalism is, with the from the perspective of someone who's a black person in the United States. What the hell is all this shit? I said that revolutionary black nationalism means that I believe that America has burnt its bridges with black people and has committed too many crimes towards us, and has shed too much of our blood and that of others, and that we'd be better off living under our own state, having our own state, organized under socialist principles, basically what Kwame Ture wants. We have suffered because we are still under settlers and beholden to them. A landless people is an enslaved people, no matter how many basketball players and rappers we have given the world. We do not want a black Israel. We do not want a black Israel. Or another neo-colonial state like Liberia. We want a socialist state. And the immediate response of this, I don't even want to call this person a comrade, but the immediate response of this person was to say that we do a little black Zionism. Now, mind you, I already said we do not want a black Israel. How do you get black Zionism from that? And then he goes on to say that you're cooked if you think that for 1 second black people are forming a socialist state in America or North America, our native land. You ignore the fact that black people have literally talked about this with indigenous people. Indigenous people do not mind New Africa. Indigenous people do not mind North America. Do not mind New Africa. Black Americans are Americans, and why the fuck are we not treated like Americans? No better than white Americans these days. This is a white person saying this. It really, really irritates me when this like weird pseudo wannabe Maoist MIM third worldism bullshit. Like, why are you as a white person saying this? Like, your job is to organize your working class. Why are you abdicating your goal and preaching to black people? I don't want to hear it, okay? You see this stack of books behind me. You see these stacks of books next to me. I already know all this shit. As a matter of fact, I'm smarter than you. Why do y'all keep arguing with black people and brown people and indigenous people who are far smarter than you people because you're in your feelings? Oppression taught many of you nothing but how to oppress. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you talking about? The OG oppressor, Massa's great-great-great-great-grandson, is telling me that I'm an oppressor. Why? Because of the Buffalo Soldiers? Here's an interesting article. So, this is by Jason Stearns, released a couple weeks ago. I already know all this shit. In fact, I'm smarter than you. Yeah, that's going in the fucking clip. That's going in the clip folder. So, if you're not familiar, there's a war going on in the Congo. There's an organization called M23 that launched a rebellion in the DRC's resource-rich, mind you. This is very, very important. Resource-rich. They're not fighting over barren land. Okay, what a lot of people don't understand about the Congo is that there is shit that people haven't even discovered there yet, okay? Entire areas. Like, this is why they were fighting over it in the 60s. You ever heard of the Katanga Rebellion? You had this guy named Milton Chombe. Malcolm X called him the worst African ever born for a reason. He brought a bunch of Belgian and American mercenaries. Have you ever heard the song Rollin' the Headless Thompson Gunner? That's about the Congo War. Like substantial parts of the Congo were literally full of Western mercenaries fighting over Congolese resources after the brutal murder, dismemberment, and like they literally just returned Patrice Lumumba's tooth a few years ago to his family. Like they literally dissolved this guy's body in acid. That's how much they want the Congo. So this M23 group, it's a Rwanda-backed insurgency. So after the genocide in Rwanda, where the Hutu tried to massacre all of the Tutsi, do you know where the Hutu-Tutsi squabble came from? Okay, so the Hutu were sedentary farmers, right? The Tutsi were cattle herders. So the Belgians came, and this was the era of scientific racism. So they came to the stupid conclusion that the Tutsi were somehow Caucasoid or something like that, one of those old race sciencey terms. So they put the Tutsi over the Hutu. Okay, so there was a whole thing. Then when the Belgians left, this entirely manufactured ethnic squabble continued until eventually the Hutu, who substantially outnumbered the Tutsi, rose up and basically tried to eradicate this entire group of people over shit that was established by the Belgians 100 years before. That's why Malcolm X said that there's no place in this world that a European can go and say that they've created peace and harmony. All they create is destruction. All they create is ethnic chaos. So the M23 group took over the towns of Goma and Bukavu, which have a joint population of around 3 million people. The Congolese government responded by basically handing out weapons to everybody. Its regular army has failed spectacularly despite support from UN peacekeepers, private security companies, aka mercenaries, and foreign troops, mainly from South Africa. There's been a vicious war of words between Congo's president Felix Tshisekedi and the Rwanda leader Paul Kagame. Tshisekedi comparing Kagame to Hitler, and Kagame branding Tshisekedi an idiot, plus an immense amount of human suffering, with thousands of people killed and millions displaced in recent months alone. So Rwanda has invaded the DRC on many occasions. It has always backed a domestic armed group. There were two major incursions, one almost immediately after the genocide in 96-97, in which the Alliance of Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Congo, Jesus, that's a mouthful, toppled the government of Mobutu Sese Seko, and another in 98-2003, in which the Congolese Rally for Democracy seized control of a third of the country. Then you had smaller rebellions led by the National Congress for Defense of the People in 06-09, and the M23 in 2012-2013, each of which only succeeded in capturing a sliver of land in the east. Rwanda's interference in Congolese affairs is all the more remarkable given that the former is 88 times smaller than the latter, its population an eighth of the size. So Rwanda is definitely punching above its weight. As a former Congolese president quipped, "Have you ever seen a toad swallow an elephant?" So you've got cross-border rage, you've got massacres on both sides. It's just generally fucked up shit. I guess it reminds you a lot of the border spats between the Khmer Rouge and the Vietnamese that led up to the overthrow of the Pol Pot regime. So what is the political culture like in Rwanda? Well, it's centered around the 94 genocide. That's still what everybody talks about because it was a horrible, horrible fucking thing. It's still the bedrock of discourse in this country. The legitimacy of the ruling Rwandan Patriotic Front is largely based on its role in ending the slaughter and providing stability. That's generally what people want, stability. One of my favorite bourgeois theoreticians of military theoreticians, Kilcullen, mentions this. Like, people don't follow ideologies, okay? People follow whoever can stop them from being slaughtered in their beds. People want stability and security. We should not begrudge people that. Parts of the Rwandan elite probably feel that their interventions in the DRC remain justified in the name of security and ethnic solidarity. But whatever the key decision makers, including Kagame himself, are truly convinced of this or merely using it as a means to bolster their domestic power is another imponderable question. So when you're in trouble domestically, generally the best option that a lot of these people see is to help start a war. The Congolese government is also complicit in the continuation of the war, albeit in a very different way. Since the creation of the Congo Free State in 1885, the private fiefdom of horrible King Leopold III, the guy who chopped off your hands if you didn't produce enough rubber, the country's administrative apparatus has been little more than a vehicle for accumulation for foreigners. It was dominated by Western companies until 1908 and subsequently by the Belgian government, which ran the colony until 1960 and independence. For a brief period over the next decade, President Mobutu Sese Seko, a dictator, used high copper prices to drive state development. It was a relatively good public health service, and the National Army was one of the strongest in the region. However, Congo continued to depend almost entirely on unprocessed commodities for its revenues. This is why industrialization is so important for third world countries. Because if you're not able to industrialize, like, you're basically at the mercy of the first world. Like, you're exporting copper, coltan, all the titanium, all these raw materials. Like, you can't process that stuff. You can't extract any more value off this stuff. That's why the third world, the imperialists do not want the third world to independently industrialize. It was even the case during the colonial era, as Walter Rodney points out in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Like, Ethiopia was literally begging for technology. Like, they were trying to import foreign technicians, but they would not allow it because they did not want an independent, strong, industrialized African country like Ethiopia, like Liberia, that would compete with them. They wanted colonies as markets. They did not want you producing your own shit. They wanted to export their shit to you. So you had the 74 OPEC crisis, and along with the crash of copper prices and Mobutu basically wasting a shitload of money. Like, one thing about Africa is that it just generated some weird motherfuckers. You had fucking Jean Bedel Bokassa, who thought he was Napoleon coming in, and he spent, I believe, a quarter of the Central African Republic's GDP on a coronation for himself. You've had fucking Gnassingbé Edeyama, I believe, in Togo. You've had Mobutu Sese Seko, who boxing fans may recognize for hosting the Rumble in the Jungle between George Foreman and Muhammad Ali. You've had all types of weird motherfuckers. The West supports these, never mind Idi fucking Amin. Like, the West supports these people. The West does not want Patrice Lumumba's. The West does not want Kwame Ture's. The West does not want strong African leaders. It wants these mummers, farces of leaders so that it can continue to exploit the region. By this means, the DRC evolved into the hollow, rentier capitalist structure we see today, with political and military elites continuing to favor a weak state over a strong one. The West favors a weak state that's constantly at war too, because it makes it easier to exploit your country. A strong, united, Pan-African state cannot be exploited. Like you saw Cory Booker's dumbass talking about yesterday, Africa is very, very, very important. Extremely important. It's a young continent. It's a continent that still has a shitload of raw materials. It's a continent with a growing, booming population, over 1 billion people, and growing. Africa is extremely important, and the West does not want a strong Africa. China does not want a strong Africa. Russia does not want a strong Africa. Only Africans want a strong Africa. The wage bill in the Congolese state is between 30 and 40% of the budget, combined with operating expenses and debt servicing. That makes up around 75% of public spending. Even though much of the healthcare and infrastructure is paid for by foreign loans and grants. Remember what Sankara said, "He who feeds you controls you." Around half of state revenues comes from the mining sector, which is dominated by large multinationals such as Glencore in Switzerland, Ivanhoe in Canada, CMOC Group, China, Zijin Mining, China, and China Non-Ferrous Metal Mining, China. Africa will have 4 billion people in 2100. Much of the rest of the economy, especially the manufacturing, real estate, and construction sectors, is also dominated by foreign businesses or by the families of Lebanese, Indian, or Belgian origin who have been in the DRC for generations. Above this business class sits the political class, extracting resources and doling out patronage. Almost $1 billion was allocated for the presidency alone. $1 billion for this asshole to just sit up and hand out. Together, Rwanda and the DRC supply around 63% of tantalum, refined from Colombo tantalite, or coltan for short, that is used in electronics. If you have a phone, if you have a gaming PC like this, television, all that shit, it relies on this Colombo tantalite, this tantalum. In the early 2000s, a spike in global demand sent huge profits in the coltan market at the time of escalation in the DRC. Today, the world's largest tantalum mine in Rubaya is in the hands of M23. Oh, don't ask about how this stuff is mined. It's literally slave labor. I will show you. Coltan mining.
Fungamwaka.
So you've got like methods that were out of date in Europe 200 years ago that are still being used to mine materials that are essential to the production of high technology equipment. Like this dude is standing up here on a ledge. He has no protective devices. Like mining involves mercury. It involves a whole variety of dangerous ass chemicals. And this dude is just standing up here. He's got on a fucking sleeveless top. Looks like he has boots on, may not. And yeah.
In the east of Congo. These men work so that we can make telephone calls. They're mining coltan, which is indispensable for the production of mobile phones.
That's how this shit is mined. That's where your phone comes from. Beautiful, verdant, green, lovely landscape. Like, do you have any idea if the Congo was actually ruled by a strong socialist Pan-African government? Do you have any idea how much fucking food that the Congo could produce? Do you have any idea, like, how much electricity the whole fucking continent could be powered by damming the Congo River? But instead, we got people literally digging with shovels and holes in the ground.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is the world's second largest supplier of this rare
Look at all that. Look at this. There's fucking chemicals in that shit. They're down there. It looks like they're washing their hands. No, they're panning. Panning for gold or something. But like all of this shit involves chemicals. Like these people are going to die before they reach 40 because of their exposure to these dangerous ass chemicals that are inherent to the mining business.
Fungamwaka is a model mine. There is no child labor. State controls are carried out. Taxes are paid. Those in charge of the mine operate legally, and above all...
If this is a model legal mine, can you imagine what the illegal mines look like?
There are no militia groups who finance themselves by smuggling resources. The long civil war is the biggest problem in East Congo, funded by the resource wealth in the ground. 90% of the mines are managed by small-scale miners in remote border areas, an El Dorado for rebel groups who demand a share of the yield and sell it on the global market via neighboring countries like Rwanda. Audrey Bialura has been working in Fungamwaka since November 2014. He used to be a farmer until rebels stole his cattle several years ago. He now has to work as a mine laborer, and he lives in the mining town of Numbi in a simple wooden shack without a mattress.
That's how the people that produce your phone live. Yeah. So what are we going to do about it? Kwame Ture has already given us the answer. Kwame Nkrumah has already given us the answer. Pan-Africanism. It takes Pan-Africanism to topple this horrible shit. This is atrocious. While we're on the subject of high technology, throw your Xbox away. No, don't throw your Xbox away. BDS is calling for a boycott of Microsoft Game Pass. No more Minecraft, no new Xbox consoles. So if you already own an Xbox, you're not obliged to smash it with a hammer. But anyways, the BDS National Committee, BNC, has decided to make Microsoft a priority target to pressure the company to end its support for Israel's war effort after revelations that its AI and cloud services have been heavily used in the genocidal assault, organizers told Dropsite News. The discussion follows an employee-led campaign called No Azure for Apartheid, a reference to Microsoft's AI program demanding that Microsoft sever contracts and partnerships with the Israeli military and government. Two Microsoft employees that were fired for their activism, Abdul Mohammed and Hossam Nasser, played key roles in driving the BNC's decision. The pair organized a vigil outside the company's headquarters in 2024. The BNC is the largest coordinating body for the worldwide coalition committed to the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. So we should boycott the Minecraft movie. I believe just a game, but listen. So, beginning in 1986, Microsoft had once boycotted South Africa to oppose its apartheid. Now its technology supports apartheid in Israel. So why should we boycott Microsoft? Microsoft is probably the most complicit tech company in Israel's illegal occupation, apartheid regime, and ongoing genocide against 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza, which is why Microsoft is a now priority BDS target. Microsoft partners with the apartheid regime of Israel and its prison system. It provides the Israeli military with Azure cloud and AI services that are central to accelerating Israel's genocide of 2.3 million Palestinians in the illegally occupied Gaza Strip. After 34 years of deep complicity with Israel's military, the Israeli army relies heavily on Microsoft to meet technological requirements of its genocide and apartheid regime. The committee is asking all those who have taken its pledge to take 3 concrete steps, according to a statement provided to Dropsite. Cancel your Xbox Game Pass subscription. Boycott Candy Crush, Minecraft, and Call of Duty, flagship video game franchises owned by Microsoft. Boycott all Microsoft gaming products, including Xbox-branded consoles, headsets, accessories, and all games produced and published by Microsoft-owned publishing labels such as Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Bethesda, and Blizzard. For those who already own the games of the console, the organizers said, the ideal move would be to stop playing, but the primary ask from organizers is to help starve Microsoft of revenue. Therefore, players can be compliant with the boycott by avoiding future purchases of games or consoles and by avoiding transactions inside the games. Asked to clarify whether the boycott included the beleaguered Microsoft teams, Mohammed added that the overall goal is to boycott all Microsoft products, but he acknowledged that few people use some of the company's trashier products of their own free will. We are calling on everyone to boycott Microsoft products whenever feasible and possible. So yes, boycott Microsoft Teams too, he said, although I am not sure if anyone is using that willingly. Dropsite cannot independently verify whether anybody has used Teams willingly, though experts said it was unlikely. While some of its products may be a joke, others are deadly serious. Microsoft products have been used in a campaign that has killed more than 50,000 Palestinians since October 2023. Microsoft and its executives have made it abundantly clear that they are choosing to maximize their profits by selling cloud and AI technology to form the technological background of Israel's automated apartheid and genocide systems, Mohammed said. At the same time, these executives are ignoring human rights commitments, avoiding to address the company's deep ties with the Israeli military when asked, and actively repressing workers who are speaking up internally through suppression, intimidation, and retaliation. So save some money. Save some money. Cancel your Xbox Game Pass subscription. Hassam said that Microsoft had effectively become a weapons manufacturer. As we've learned more about the deadly bloodstained partnership between Microsoft and the genocidal Israeli military, there has been a growing recognition that cloud and AI provided by Microsoft is as essential to Israel's destruction in Gaza as physical munitions. Put simply, cloud and AI are the weapons of the 21st century, and Microsoft is effectively a weapons manufacturer powering a global apartheid regime. We must treat it as such. MS Teams is just, at my last job, they made us use that thing. I hated it. Like, I would never, ever voluntarily use some shit like that. What for? That's what they make Jitsi for.
It clear if you take part.
What is this lady's qualifications as Attorney General? I think she's a lawyer from Florida. I believe in Florida, the law schools just hand out JDs out of a Cracker Jack box.
I've made it clear if you take part in the wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties.
So let me get this straight. A car, I made a video about this last week. A car has more rights than a black person in this country. Like, black people have literally been subject since coming to this country to low-intensity warfare. Low-intensity fucking warfare. Like, if there's victims of domestic terrorism in this country, it's black people. It's indigenous people. But because Elon Musk has bought for himself the role of shadow president of the United States, his shitty-ass kindergartner-drawn cars have more rights than we do in this country.
We will find you, arrest you, and put you behind bars. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Department of Justice has unsealed federal charges against another Tesla attacker. We've charged...
So this lady is the Attorney General of the United States, like basically the top lawyer in the United States, the top prosecutor in the United States. So why are you coming out? Like, this is not Osama bin Laden. This is somebody that allegedly that is accused of scribbling some graffiti on a Tesla. But you, the Attorney General, the top lawyer in the United States, have been forced, because I hope to God that you did not just come out and do this cringe of your own free will. The Attorney General of the United States is giving this weird Command and Conquer Red Alert-esque screed for one fucking person accused of what by all rights is a petty misdemeanor.
Cooper Frederick.
Like, if you go out and key your neighbor's car, that's a misdemeanor. That's not a fucking federal
in the firebombing of a Tesla dealership that occurred on March 7th in Loveland, Colorado. All of these cases are a serious threat to public safety. Therefore, there will be no negotiating.
That sucks because Bethesda is supporting Israel because I love some of their games like Doom and Wolfenstein. It doesn't fucking matter. Quit being a treatlerite.
We are seeking 20 years in prison. The crime was committed in Colorado.
For 20 years in prison for allegedly engaging in... Bro. Like, there's real shit happening in this country. Have you unsealed charges against the Zionist IDF soldiers, foreign agents that attack students with skunk spray, a chemical weapon at Columbia? I haven't heard about any charges for those guys.
Colorado, and thanks to the great investigative work by the FBI, the defendant was arrested in Plano, Texas. Let this be a warning. You can run, but you cannot hide. Justice is coming.
Oh my fucking God. Is a dealership going to appear in court? Yeah, he hurt me really bad. We live in clown world. We live in bizarro world. Constant reminder. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, or failures. Claim no easy victories. Don't be a treatlerite. Have you ever heard of the workhouse?
If you're black.
In St. Louis, it was basically our city's own little concentration camp. It was the medium security institution of some shit, but I have relatives, uncles and cousins who have passed through the workhouse. Like the lady's about to say, if you're black in St. Louis, you've either been to the workhouse or they do want aura so bad. You've either been to the workhouse or you know somebody who's been in the workhouse. I have fortunately never had the pleasure of being in this shithole because I'm a good boy, but I know a lot of people who have. But yeah, if you read about the workhouse, they were literally having these people fight like gladiators. You don't believe me? I'll pull it up for you. Because I am a font and source of all knowledge. I actually have the font and source of all knowledge at my fingertips. Workhouse gladiator fights. I always use the anarchist. Hey, I was at this protest. So, demonstrations against the workhouse jail rock St. Louis. This is from 2017. St. Louis, you never cease to amaze and surprise me. Thank you. My city does have aura. as temperatures reached 108 degrees. So the reason why this protest happened was because they had these guys in this facility without any air conditioning, without any cold drinks, without anything. Like, I think somebody died in here. So the medium security prison is tucked away in the industrial wastes along the Mississippi River in North St. Louis City. The workhouse is notorious for its filth, cockroach and rodent infestations, black mold, antagonism by the guards, and deep ineptitude of those who operate it. One of my cousins who was locked up here back in the 90s said that snakes used to crawl up out the river. In 2013, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, the workhouse had one of the highest rates of reported sexual abuse among the entire country's jails. Though the workhouse has shifted throughout St. Louis over time, it's always been a cruel lockup and despised by the town's underclass. The 10s, 20s, and 50s saw a series of escapes and small riots by inmates against its miserable conditions. The latter were part of dozens of prison riots throughout America in the 50s, including the Missouri Penitentiary riot, which destroyed much of the prison. The repressive atmosphere afterwards catalyzed the Missouri Highway Patrol into its modern role of social movement crusher a la Ferguson. Yet even further back in the 1890s, when the workhouse was a stone quarry for men and sweatshop for women, unruly and disobedient prisoners were placed in a 6x6, windowless, suffocating cell. Worried about a potential scandal should someone die, the city eventually ordered a 3-inch pipe installed to bring in fresh air, which it barely did. When Mary Duff, a stubborn anarchist and fortune teller given 6 months for multiple squatting arrests, refused to work in the sweatshop, she was sent to this box. So that's the history of what took place here. Do not attempt to communicate with inmates through the fence. Fraternization is good. So this is just a summation of what happened in 2017. Every day. So I think I got maced at this protest. Anyways.
If you're black and
big news today. Let's see if I can improve the resolution. I can.
St. Louis, you've either been to the workhouse or you know someone who's been
This is Inez Boudreau, a member of STO-DSA.
to the workhouse.
That place right there, it deserves exactly what it's getting. We just need to shut it down. We did it. I'm trying not to cry because I don't want to cry on camera, but this feels like a place.
Oh yeah, they're demolishing it.
This is the best thing ever. This place should have never even been here, period. And the fact that they continue to bring people in over and over and over again until we had to come out here and say stop.
I'm glad it's coming down. The memories itself, you know, I'm glad it's coming down. What I want, inclusion, participation. That's what I want.
Oh my God, this is an exhilarating feeling. It feels like, you know, we fought this hard fight and now we're finally, it's coming to an end. This is a big win for us today. For all of us that, you know, for all the people who said that we couldn't do it, that it wasn't gonna happen, this is jail for Christ's sakes. How many cities, you know, actually shut down a whole jail? We did that.
Gives me a lot of hope because it's a perfect testament to what happens when we come together and we organize. When we come together and we organize, we're unstoppable.
No more going with you, workhouse. We over. We broke up. We divorced.
So there are still demands that are put out by the coalition. Establish an off-site resource hub, make reparations to workhouse survivors, and fully implement the community's recommendations for the site. So even though it's closed, it's being torn down, there's still work to do. But there's always work to do when you are a revolutionary. This is Zora Mamdani. I like him. He formed. There's a bit of a row over the supposed rise of anti-Semitism and hate crimes in New York City. You know, I have Jewish comrades that live in New York City, and they don't they don't think that there's any rise. They haven't discerned any rise in anti-Semitism and hate crimes at NYC. So my guess is they're counting as hate crimes. Somebody calling the cops saying that they're pressed because they're seeing a Palestinian flag.
But the 33-year-old progressive says he has a plan to combat hate with a newly formed Department of Community Safety.
A core focus of that would be addressing the rise in hate crimes, and our plan proposes a more than 800%.
Somebody said that he recognized Israel as a state. I'm going to see if he says that actually.
Increase in funding.
Mamdani says he recognizes Israel as a state.
I want to hear those words come out of his mouth, though.
And welcomes the chance to speak to the same congregation and Jewish communities about fighting anti-Semitism.
Andrew Cuomo's framing of it reveals something clear about himself, which is that he cares about only one thing, and that is himself. And he's willing to weaponize any issue.
But the 33-year-old progressive says...
Very bizarre. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. But, I don't know. I just don't like putting words in people's mouths. One consequence of not having an explicitly socialist labor strategy is the pragmatic experts of the movement will become fascist collaborators the second Trump throws them a bone. What do we say? Well, I guess strategic tariffs could work. I wonder if people smirking about our other... Yeah, this is fashy shit. That's what happens when you don't have a socialist labor strategy. That's what happens when you don't study. That's what happens when the schools are closed. What is this? Palestinians against Israel's genocide and Hamas. Palestinians in Gaza protested last week for the end of the war and for their right to live in peace and dignity in their homeland, targeting both Israel's genocide and the disastrous leadership of Hamas. By Bashir Abu Mana. Who is Bashir Abu Mana? He teaches in the School of Classics, English, and History at the University of Kent in England. There's a Jacobin contributing editor. Let's see other things that he's written. Palestine needs mass support, not sectarian marginalization. What life looked like for Palestinians before October 7th. The Palestinian resistance isn't a monolith. Yeah, I can already tell this is going to be real shitty. Oh, well, let's subject myself to the shittiness anyways. All right, let's see. After nearly a year and a half in which Palestinians in Gaza have endured mass destruction and collective destitution, they are making themselves heard. In recent days, thousands have participated in, he has an article linked from CNN, in widespread protests in the besieged enclave, demanding the right to live in dignity and peace in their own homeland. The main targets of protesters were Israel's genocidal war and America's new fantasies of erasure and removal, as well as the complicity of Arab regimes and the rest. Okay, good. Protesters were also particularly critical of Hamas. I really can't stand this fucking Western, British, UK, French, German obsession with critique. Like, these people are going through a literal fucking genocide. The last thing on their mind is probably going to be critique. They're going to stand the people that are defending them. They're going to stand, like, if it wasn't for Hamas, if it wasn't for the armed resistance, thousands more people would be dead. Thousands more people will be dead. This is hipster bullshit. Hamas's response was true to its autocratic form. You know, I can't read no more of this. I thought I could. You know, I'm going to read more of it anyways. Palestinian sources have also reported that Hamas had kidnapped, tortured, and murdered a Palestinian demonstrator to quash the protests. Who are you citing? The Times of Israel. Oh, dear. The Times of Israel is probably not an objective source, bruh. You are citing the Times of Israel in a Jacobin article. Hamas's systematic failure to protect Palestinian civilians during the war and Palestinians' undimmed aspirations to live in dignity. Okay, let me ask you this. So, how are the Palestinian people going to live in dignity and freedom when they live right next door to a fucking executioner whose express sole intent and purpose is to eradicate them so that they can claim their land? Like, how are the Israelis just going to? Is it just going to dawn on them one day? You know what? We've been treating these people like shit. Let's invite them to our democracy. Israel is not a democracy, by the way. Like, bruh. Then you're talking about Hamas militarism. Look, when you're facing militarism, genocidal militarism, you might want to have a little militarism of your own. This is literal American propaganda. As Palestinians have borne the brunt of Israel's destruction, Hamas forces have taken refuge in the tunnels they built under Gaza. That's literal American propaganda. I can't read any more of this shit. I'm sorry. I tried, y'all. I can't. I'm going to get mad and I'm going to say something that's going to get me banned. They actually use Chat GPT to calculate the tariffs. We live in a bizarre world. I'm not going to say we're doomed because we're never doomed. Leftists don't go around saying, oh my God, we're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed. But we're going to see some shit, man. We are definitely going to see some shit. This is wild. You're using Chat GPT to make decisions that will impact the entire world global economy. Isn't Jacobin owned by an Israeli leftist? I don't know. Very good question. If there are several open jobs, Tropicans will take the one best suited to them. Oh. Look, pretty island. With the booming economy. Can't say the same for America. Can't say. Your embassy is here. Your barracks is right here. I'm not destroying a building to build a fucking bruh. That's why I said that shit is literal American propaganda. We have our own indigenous Tropican weapons industry. Wouldn't be a Caribbean communist dictatorship if we didn't have a radio station spewing out propaganda 24/7.
Remember the story of the...
Brazil base? What is that? I swear to God, you Brazilians have invented something new every time I hear from you. Brazil base. What do you mean you do not know what Brazil base is?
Presidente, performed no doubt with absolutely no thought of reward. Yeah.
You must educate yourself about the music of Brazil. Can't have a communist dictatorship without tanks. A firm industrial base. Just as Kwame Ture would want it. Let's take a walk through the streets. Little industrial quarter over here. Power plant right next to a fucking house. Shacks. Wouldn't be a third world country without shacks. Even though we have apartments for all, some people prefer to live in shacks. Yes, welcome to the lumpen proletariat. I've transitioned from working class salt of the earth to petty bourgeois Twitch streamer. Shame on you, PRG. Shame on you. Ooh, oil. It's always a good game changer. Let's start fucking just pumping oil out of the ground so that the Yankees can invade and I have the pleasure of destroying them. Wouldn't be a tanky without tanks. Those cigarros. Weapons for all. Weapons for every liberation struggle. How good am I at Victoria 3? Middling. Also, be sure to catch me tomorrow at 5, where I'm going to be interviewing my comrade, an old comrade of mine. I actually believe he was a Maoist before I was a Maoist. But anyways, I want to be talking to an old comrade with Omaha Tenants United about how to build a properly revolutionary tenants union. I think it might be relevant to many comrades. I'm not confident enough in my skills of playing Victoria 3 to stream myself playing it. Let's just leave it at that. Exporting a lot of coconuts. Go chop down some trees, you lazy bastards. I build you guys apartments. If you don't want to live in them, that's on you. Something, horse to water. Yeah, I gotta build fucking boats. Guess we've got a Caribbean equivalent of Bravos. That was a Song of Ice and Fire reference, in case you didn't know. Yes, let's thoroughly colonize the island.
Presidente, your aid.
I would hate being a dictator. Imagine having some asshole whose job is just to glaze you 24/7. It would get really, really old. Presidente, you have done such a good... No, I didn't. I did a horrible job. Quit dick riding. Presidente, the masses do not like you because they do not know what is good for them. No, the masses don't like me because I suck. I just can't stand obsequious dick riders. Never could. If I'm fucking up, tell me I'm fucking up. Don't... Just... Like, it's fake. I hate fake things.
Remember, Tropico could be invaded at any time. Keep your survival kit on hand. In the event of panic, breathe into the paper bag.
Presidente, there is a...
I'd ask the Yankees for money, but I would much rather maintain my national pride.
The citizens are demanding elections.
What are y'all most pissed off about? Blame the Nazis. Always blame the Nazis.
Good job there, Presidente. Thanks awfully.
Hey, I'll say this about war. It keeps us busy with exciting adventures, hey?
Pretty nice island. I wouldn't mind living here. As long as it has Wi-Fi. Yes, it is always the Nazis' fault.
Presidente, the workers?
Yes, the workers. Only the workers. Nobody exists but the workers.
Our comrade.
You know the Khmer Rouge tried to ban extramarital sex? Didn't work out very well. They ended up having to kill a lot of people. Literal horny jail. You know, you think a regime is fucked up, but you always can learn something that's even more fucked up about a regime. There are people that literally, like, without bullshitting, stand Pol Pot in the Khmer Rouge. No Nazis on the island. Fuck off. Like, there are people that literally support the Khmer Rouge. Like, why? What is there to learn from them? I don't know. I think some people are just bored. But the Khmer fucking Rouge, though. Like, why? Like, would you have enjoyed living under such a regime? I don't think you would have. Maybe you thought that you would have been the ruling class. Psych. You know, that's why I think a lot of people support these shitty-ass regimes and governments and whatnot. They think that they would have been the ruling class chilling out of Phnom Penh. No, you would have been seen as a foreign spy and executed like that one weird British dude was.
The election is a landslide, Presidente. The metaphorical kind, not the kind that accidentally reduces the size of the workforce. Presidente, I know you always keep your promises, but the citizens today can be very exacting about what counts as a fulfilled promise.
And the Republican Party's official color is red. Why don't we all become Republicans? Yeah, let's all become Republicans. Their official color is red. People yearn for flop houses, I guess.
Presidente, I am inspired.
I suppose I must respect you.
Everyone has friends, right, Prez?
Nine. I shall not be trifled with, and I shall not be ignored. Presidente, you sow the wind to reap the whirlwind. Ich bin der Sturm.
Lovely.
The palace is delighted to announce that a foreign nation is honoring Tropico with a blockade. Flotilla of boats off our shores. How nice.
And we're being invaded. It's alright. Watch what happens when you're a third world country that builds a very strong military. Yeah, typical fascist. You want to come burn down my fucking residents' apartments. Who did they set the fucking Africa Corps? Oh, these must be Americans. They burned down a clinic and an apartment building. Lovely. Typical Yankees de mierda.
I don't know about you, Presidente, but I woke up today with...
Need your help, Presidente.
Tropico has ceased trading with a certain major superpower. The palace's statement? They don't trade fair, so neither will we.
I'm still tripping off how they use Chat GPT. Well, why would you use Chat GPT? Okay, you know what? It's not even useful asking why they do these dumb things anymore. There is no why. We're literally just running entirely off of vibes at this point. Nothing like a diversified economy that'll give you a strong export base, so you don't have to borrow money from the Yankees.
It is a great day for our... voice of Tropico reminds all citizens to be vigilant, eat sparingly, and buy war bonds. Victory depends upon the size of the palace treasury.
Why does this guy keep wanting me to build shacks? Just because we're communists, it does not mean that we have to live in fucking shacks. Read Deng Xiaoping. Yeah, I did. One of our comrades from the Americas subcommittee of the International Committee was also on. Really good interview.
Need your help, Presidente. It's all...
Rockets, the newest threat raining death from the skies. The palace assures all its citizens that no country thinks tropical.
Who gives a shit about rockets? What are we, Israelis? A weapons and steel exporter. Tropico is the economic powerhouse of the Caribbean.
don't know about you, Presidente, but I
I'm not
woke up
building a prison. I'll build a prison to lock your ass in it. Yeah, Chinese cities do, like, they have their own unique little character that I think works really well for them. It looks like Chinese cities look like something that I would build in Skylines. Free Wales, free Scotland, free the Isle of Man, free Cornwall from those red brimies. I can't read today. Free Wales, free Scotland, free the Isle of Man. I don't think any of those countries necessarily want independence, though. I think they think that the British Empire is dope. They don't want to be not part of it anymore. Like, this looks like the type of cities that I would build. Now you compare this with, like, the downtown area of an average American city. State monopoly capitalism. It works if you like building futuristic looking cities, I guess.
Every empire falls.
I've already watched this. I didn't want to skip. Fuck me.
China is a country in Asia.
I used to love these.
And it's huge. The Yellow River Valley is a great place to live, except floods keep destroying everything. Yu the engineer stops the flooding, so they make him king. And he starts the Xia dynasty. After a few kings, things go downhill, so a new tribe takes over. It's the Shang dynasty. They use bones to talk to their ancestors, and record their conversations using a fancy new language. After a few kings, things go downhill, so a new tribe takes over. Wait, why should we consider you the legitimate rulers, people ask? Because we have the mandate of heaven. If you're a good ruler, heaven supports you, and life is great for everyone. If you're a bad ruler, heaven gets angry with you, and life is bad for everyone. And they're allowed to have rebellions. If someone overthrows you, then heaven must be on their side. Seems legit. Everything's going great, then the king exiles his wife to pick up a new girl, and his wife's dad is angry and revolts, destroys the capital, and kills the king. Sounds like you lost the mandate of heaven. And now China's broken. Now that there's no one in charge, everyone starts coming up with new ideas, including Taoism, Confucianism, and legalism. Sun Tzu just figured out how to fight wars properly and wrote a whole book about it. So everyone goes to war. The king of Qin conquers more and more of China until he unites it all. This isn't a kingdom, it's an empire, which makes him the first emperor of China. Standardize all the things. Language, standardized. Currency, standardized. Weights and measurements, standardized. He runs the country based on on legalism, which means strict laws with harsh punishments. If you break the law, then no worries, the government will just kill you, your parents, grandparents, children, grandchildren, siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Don't like legalism? Get purged. He builds a wall to keep out barbarians. One day, it's going to be a great wall. He really doesn't want to die, so he looks for the secret to immortality. But just in case he dies, he builds a gigantic tomb with a whole army to defend him in the afterlife. Then he drinks an immortality potion and dies. And now there's a rebellion.
The immortality potion was actually mercury.
Some random peasant is transporting prisoners and some of them escape. The penalty for letting a prisoner escape is death. So he can either go back to get his death sentence or join the rebellion and overthrow the emperor. So he frees all the prisoners, joins the rebellion, and overthrows the emperor. And then he reunites all of China and starts a new dynasty. Now that China is stable again, people start inventing things like paper, a compass, an earthquake detector, and a wheelbarrow. Then they conquer Vietnam. And they're tired of having sad, lame, weak, pathetic, useless horses. So they fight a war to get better horses. Then they beat the barbarians and establish a new protectorate. Anyone want silk? Yes, says the entire planet. So they build a road to the outside world. Legalism sucks. Let's make Confucianism the foundation of government instead.
The eunuchs have taken over the government.
And the peasants think the government is too corrupt. So they put on yellow hats and start a rebellion. And now China's broken again. Don't worry, happens all the time.
China is home again.
Just kidding. In the middle of this chaos, everyone turns to a hot new religion that traveled up the Silk Road from India.
Everybody loves Buddhism.
People make temples, statues, paintings, and books. The Sui dynasty reunites China. They build a grand canal to connect the empire, and they extend the Great Wall. Then they invade Vietnam, which goes well. Then they invade Korea and fail, and invade Korea and fail, and invade Korea and fail, and invade Korea and fail. The people get
Lesson, never invade a country that has a shitload of mountains.
tired of this, so they overthrow the emperor. It's time for the
Tang Dynasty.
And they invade Korea and succeed. Hold up, the new emperor is a woman. Is that even allowed? It's not allowed. Now that things are stable again, there's a golden age of art and literature. People write stories, poetry, history, encyclopedias. Feeling thirsty? Have a cup of tea. Everyone's drinking it. Want to read a book? We can print things now. Surprise! There's a rebellion. But the Tang dynasty survives by
eating each other to stay alive.
Need money? Steal from the Buddhists. The peasants are dying from drought and famine.
Sounds like you lost the mandate of heaven.
And now China's broken again. Need money? Steal from the Buddhists.
Time to reunite all of China.
Almost. Guess we'll have to share it this time. Now we're so rich we have the best economy in the world. The population increases a ton. People invent new technology like paper money, gunpowder, and better printing. There's new paintings, pottery, poetry, plays, and puppet shows. The government builds retirement homes, public hospitals, and a postal service. Want a place to relax? Try going to the tea house. Need friends? Let's join the exotic food club. Wanna play Go? Let's do it after the fireworks show. There's a new dynasty in the north, and they would like to conquer all of China. So they go to war. Meanwhile, in the middle of nowhere, Genghis Khan just decided to
take over the world.
The Song dynasty allies with the Mongols to fight the Jin, and they win. Then the Mongols attack the Song, and Genghis Khan's grandson declares himself Emperor of China. Hey Japan, you suck, says China. No you, says Japan. So they send troops to invade Japan, but get killed by the wind. Then they send an even stronger army, and have a nice time fighting the Japanese, but get killed by the wind. Some European guy visits China, lives there for a while, and writes a book about how great it is. Then everything gets bad. There's drought, famine, plague.
Sounds like you lost the mandate of heaven.
So some peasants put on red hats and overthrow the emperor. The Ming build one of the most powerful navies in the world, and make some voyages to let everyone know how rich China is. Whoa. China's rich. And then they dismantle the navy and forget it ever happened. They build a fancy new palace in a city you're not allowed to visit, and they make the wall great again. Art and literature are booming. Look at those Ming vases. The Portuguese would like to build a trading post, so China lends them
Don't do it.
some land. The emperor doesn't feel like being emperor anymore, so he goes on strike. Then there are famines, floods, an epidemic, and a giant earthquake.
Sounds like you lost the mandate of heaven.
Some barbarians from the north take over.
It's the Qing.
And now everyone has to get this new haircut or die. China expands, the population booms, and everything's going great. Hi, it's the Europeans, and we want better trade relationships. Fine, you can trade, but you'll have to do it right here. The British are selling opium, and now everyone's addicted. So China seizes all the opium and destroys it. Problem solved. Knock knock. It's the British with huge boats, with guns, gunboats. Legalize drugs. Stop having drugs be illegal. No, says China. I mean, yes, says China, and they sign an unequal treaty. Now they have to open up 5 ports to foreign countries, give away Hong Kong to the British, and pay the British back for all the drugs they lost. Good day, I am the brother of Jesus Christ. And it's time to overthrow the Qing.
This guy led the most, like, literally the war that probably killed the most people in world history. The Taiping Rebellion.
And create heaven on earth, says some guy causing the deadliest civil war of all time. Now the Qing is weak and everyone knows it. Hi, it's France. We own Vietnam now. Hi, it's Japan. We own Korea and Taiwan now. Some peasants are tired of all this foreign influence, so they rise up and attack the foreigners. And then the entire world invades China to defend their citizens. The Qing dynasty, weighing their options carefully, thinks really, really hard about what to do next, and decides to declare war on the entire world. Surprisingly, they lose. And then people revolt and create a democracy called the Republic of China. But the Qing dynasty is technically still around, and the new government doesn't have a military. So they ask a guy from the previous government to overthrow the emperor in exchange for becoming president, and he does it and becomes president. Then he assassinates the democratically elected leader, dissolves the government, and declares himself the new emperor of China. And everyone gets so angry that China breaks again. There's technically still a government, but territories are ruled by warlords. The Nationalist Party is reformed and they want to unify China. The Communist Party is formed and they also want to unify China. Why don't we do it together? So they team up to reunite China, and then the Nationalists betray the Communists, and now there's a civil war. The Nationalists overthrow the government and reunify a piece of China. Then they go back to fighting the Communists, and they're winning. But the Communists make a really long march to safety so they can regroup. Breaking news, Japan is invading China. They take over Manchuria, where they set up a puppet government. The Nationalists want to stop Japan from invading China. The Communists also want to stop Japan from invading China. So they team up again, because it worked so well the last time. Then the Japanese get to Nanjing. World War II is over and China gets back all the land Japan stole, including Taiwan. And now we can go back to civil war. The communists are winning and the nationalists are on the run. They retreat to Taiwan and make Taipei the new capital of the Republic of China. The communists take the mainland and declare it the People's Republic of China. And then they try to industrialize in one great leap, which fails and causes the largest famine in human history.
Oh God. Why did I expect that? The Great Leap Forward had problems, but it wasn't like as they say it was. Damn liberals. That did make me want to play Civ, though. Never trust the liberal. I don't want to play as Napoleon. Fuck Napoleon. This is old Civ. All communists do is eat hot chips. You know what? I actually cannot stand hot chips. I cannot eat hot chips.
From the first stirrings of life
Oh,
beneath water,
fuck me.
to the great
This guy was actually pretty cool. He was still a settler, but he was pretty cool.
his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this earth.
Cigarette time. I'll be back.
Clay.
Which civ I was randomly assigned Australia. People are still arguing about whether or not New Africa is basically labor Zionism. This is why we have to open schools. Like, people have never read a single piece of New African revolutionary theory, yet they have come to the conclusion that black people wanting to separate ourselves from this sinking ship somehow constitutes a new form of Zionism. This is why y'all gotta read. You gotta do the reading. If not, you'll be stupid. You want to be smart like BRG, not dumb. Yeah, fight the barbarians for me. Well, lose to the barbarians, I guess.
It is not wisdom.
Cat fires, mate. That was real dumb.
If there are no dogs in...
Yeah, go fight with them. Idiot. It smells of stagnation. Barbarians inhibit development. Where is the Congo?
From the first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest.
Stop giving yourself lobotomies.
The cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Mother Earth has many gifts for you, King Mbemba and Singa. Your people know the dense woods and rainforests as their homes.
Perfect guerrilla warriors. I will buy you a sweet... This is an old Congolese melody, I think, but the Rhodesians, the white Rhodesians, appropriated it for the marching song of the Rhodesian African Rifles. Basically their own little regiment of Askaris. Highly decorated. They were in a shitload of wars, but yeah. Askaris are basically indigenous African soldiers that the colonists took and used for their own nefarious purposes.
At his best.
Imi Theodora.
Yeah, Byzantines. Yeah.
There are no dogs in heaven.
Yeah, stay over there. I'm not in the mood for baklava. Actually, I'm always in the mood for baklava.
Who deserves more credit? I like to say I practice.
I know y'all ain't finna settle by me. I know y'all ain't finna settle by me. Got a taste for the early war. Not to be colonized by Greeks. This volcano needs a fucking butt plug.
Bronze is the mirror. It was luxuries like egg. Writing means shit. wasteful. That's the positive aspect of trade. It is equally important to have a happy and engaged workforce as it is to have a profitable bottom line. It is not that life...
Εμείς ποιούμεν τη δύναμη.
Don't reinvent the... I don't believe in a struggle. The man who has grit.
Shitload of volcanoes.
All the world's a stage.
Shitload of food and shitload of volcanoes. Shitload of diamonds.
I shot an arrow into the...
Oh god, she is so annoying.
Without craftsmanship. Wealth consists not... The ascent to the highest story. Normal people believe.
Papon pisesio tiros galation ici.
No hour of life is wasted. There is nothing but I've lived through some...
Mamba.
Bravery is being the...
I am in a tour.
What's up, Auntie?
Without mathematics...
I try not to fight with and bully other black people that appear in the game. Pan-Africanism applies to the field of games as well.
The 4 building blocks.
Scythia has founded a new religion, Judaism. This game just be putting anybody together. Jewish Scythians. That is very novel.
And all I ask...
Nubia has founded Hinduism.
If bread is the first...
And the volcano continues to need a butt plug. Let's get that chocolate.
Everything has its limit.
Raw camel liver. Remember how back in Civ 4 you needed fascism to build the Mount Rushmore wonder? Yes. Just ever more proof that the team that makes these games is communist. All game devs are communists, except for those that work for Microsoft. There used to be a large Jewish community around the Azov Sea. Huh, I did not know that. What happened to them? No, I do not trade.
The taxpayer. That's someone who works for the federal.
That is fascinating.
Rocks in my path. We can no more have exact. Politics is the art of the.
Welcome to the United States of America.
This fucking asshole.
I'd imagine the whole world.
Absolutely not. Do not trade strategic resources to white people in this game. They will use them against you. You sell them iron one turn, then 5 turns later you end up being invaded.
There is no easy way to. Can't go around arresting them.
Mount Rushmore was built by a KKK member. That is a historically verified fact. Like, people don't understand that the intense clout that the Klan has had in this country. Like, they ran a whole ass state, Indiana, for several years. Like, it used to be to be a member of, to have any clout in government in several major northern cities, you had to have a good relationship with the Klan. That's how it was in the 20s. It was like the Rotary Club.
Upon his string, the hero... Few inventions have beat. There are very honest people who do not. It is astonishing.
The Nubians have invaded Rome. More power to you, sis. Colonize the colonizers. Boje Mai.
With the advance of feudalism,
No.
اركيني وسخلوجو مدهين.
I don't know why the Gauls like me so much.
it is the mark of an educated... A good navy is not a...
These volcanoes temporarily destroy the productive forces, but they're very good investments for the development of the productive forces, meaning that they enrich the soil. The builder. You're gonna convert the Congolese to Hinduism? Okay. I mean, we don't have a religion of our own to defend, so technically it wouldn't be cultural imperialism.
An architect should live as... Listen.
No, I think I'll stick with my classical republic. No, I don't want your troops roaming through my territory. There is no Mobutu in this timeline. Mobutu was the product of a Belgian and American imperialism. I'm building a strong enough Congo so that they can avoid the appearance of such a Mobutu. This is Patrice Lumumba's Congo. Oh, fuck off, you fat-headed motherfucker.
The Great Ball Court is also...
Kabila, the leader of the Simba Rebellion?
Flowers surround me, alone. Four characteristics.
I don't know all that much about Long Desiree Kabila, but if he upheld the Simba Rebellion, I presume he's a pretty good guy. I haven't actually read that much on the Congo, to be honest.
Man is a military animal.
Y'all think I just sit around and read books? Fuck off, Teddy.
In peace, one is...
Byzantium is now an autocracy. Sounds like somebody's going to need a liberation war pretty soon. Can't live right next door to an autocracy. Gold, 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 gold.
New opinions are...
The people of Byzantium cry out for liberation. Now that you're unemployed, you actually can't sit around and read books all day. Mount knows I have plenty on the stack. Get that rich, fertile, volcanic soil. Volcanic soil. Trade gunpowder to Americans? No, I like my country undivided and not full of mercenaries. I know history. I'm fixing the timeline. No, I will not sell gunpowder to Americans. Y'all don't know how to act with it. Yeah, regnum, regnum, diarrheum, butterum, fuckerum. Fuck off with your Latin bullshit.
First, Hephaestus.
Fuck yeah, look at that food yield. Remember what I said earlier about the Congo, if it was left alone, would like feed the entire world? Both Civ 6 and Civ 7 have like reasons to play them. I'm just more partial to old Civ. See, games take a while to grow on me.
At Rhodes was set up a colossus.
Здравствуйте, я царь.
Здравствуйте, до свидания. It's amazing how caviar is like seen as being the quintessential rich people food, but all it is sturgeon eggs.
Exploring.
Like you're basically eating fancy eggs. I've never had any caviar. I really don't have the impulse to have caviar. Leave me alone, Auntie. Damn.
It's not the towering sails.
If my cities want to be full of filth, then let them be full of filth. It's called progress. You're not the first person to tell me that they didn't like caviar. Like little black fish eggs. What exactly is so appealing about that?
Having seen a non-market economy.
Yeah, convert us to all the religions. I live in a city with the largest amount of Bosnians anywhere outside of Bosnia. I am fully aware of the fact that Bosnian Muslims drink, smoke, curse, and gamble. The most American Muslims. Actually, the most American Muslims are black Muslims, but I digress. The most non-black American Muslims. Actually have had very good.
But as I headed into the heart of New Zealand's fjordland, that same childlike feeling.
Ваш народ достоин.
Wow, the Russians are Afrophiles? What else is bizarre and new?
Astronomy.
Congolese frigate. Ha!
What gunpowder did for...
Are you Muslim cigarette enjoyer? The one Muslim Serb?
I don't like to commit myself.
Fascinating. I have learned so much about Balkan culture thanks to you. I'm not selling my country's cultural heritage to a conglomeration of barbarians.
Synthesize a rifle.
Rome has denounced the evil of Scotland. I thought it was historically the other way around. Ooh, Russia's everywhere. What else is new?
In all works on natural.
They don't want you to industrialize, good brother.
What can be labeled? No innovation, and it's the Industrial Revolution.
The Hoteps are right. Mozart was black. Actually, that was Beethoven they think was black. They think everybody's black. Except the people that actually were black. The fuck am I going to do with this? At least make them useful.
اركيني وسخلوجو مدهين.
is when a guy gets stabbed in the...
Byzantium has pillaged an enemy monastery with the knight. Oh, that's pretty sacrilegious, bruh. I thought y'all didn't do that. Cory Booker, the guy who spoke for 25 hours, has refused to stop weapons transfers to Israel. He belongs to AIPAC and Big Pharma. He does not belong to you. Like, even if you are liberal, you have to be stupid as fuck to trust this guy. 25 hours of jibber-jabbering and yapping, and he votes to continue business as usual. He hasn't stopped any of Trump's appointments. He hasn't done anything besides audition to run for president. Does he want to run for president to help the people? No, he wants to run for president because he's a power-hungry idiot. And power-hungry idiots run for president. Only power-hungry idiots have the money to run for president. That's where we are. Your modern-day Martin Luther King really ain't worth the shit.
I think the human race...
For how much longer are you going to let these people lie to you?
If you're the bank one in diplomacy, there it's...
Americans have developed Protestantism. Interesting. Oh, cool. I have the world's largest city.
I beheld the wretch. A common mistake that people... This intelligence brought us...
Fuck off, Peter. I heard a fucking chicken. Have I played Total War? Yeah. Again, not confident enough in my ability to stream it, though. I generally don't stream games I suck at. Well, what the fuck am I talking about? I stream Tropical all the time.
Ekiem Robert Bruce, Scotland me.
Yeah, what's up, big, hairy, mustache, bear dude? I like your ambiotrix, but not enough to trade strategic resources with you.
Engineering is the...
Look at that modern African city. Look at the level of development I was able to reach without colonizing people. Yes, I do suck at Stellaris.
Signy is a 250 square mile.
I'm getting better at it. Ugh. Rome has developed Taoism. Looks like more went down that Silk Road than just silk.
Human nature.
Ditissimas tui regni regione.
Shut up. It's the 1700s. You're supposed to be gone anyways. It's the Roman Empire doing hanging out in the 18th century. Shameful. Bizarro, weird-ass timeline. You've got Gauls walking around in the 18th century. Stop fucking up my productive forces. Can y'all not, like, dual theologies on my territory, please? I said productive forces. I didn't say reproductive forces. Dirty-minded motherfucker. I'm just going to take a giant butt plug and load it into this volcano because that's totally not going to have the opposite effect. What happens when you let a bunch of pressure build up and then it all explodes at once? Oh, thank you, old wise person. Nah. Fuck it. Leave me alone. I'm still just chatting. I'm just playing Civ with it.
Bolshoi Ballet is a university.
White man, we have stolen your building.
Always trying to rub up against war is hell.
We have stolen your buildings, white Russian man. We are the true developers of the Bolshoi Ballet.
Let me ask leave then. The lowest is to
were weirds.
Bruh, I can't understand shit you're saying. You guys want to watch a documentary about the fucking Shining Path? You all keep asking me to respond to that Ban Empanada video he did about him. Let's watch an actual, like, let's see how, let's let them speak for themselves. Oops.
Which has never shown its face on television before. After more than 10 years of war, the Shining Path guerrillas of Peru have brought the country to the brink of revolution. At a time when communism is generally in retreat, the Shining Path has become the most powerful left-wing movement in Latin America.
Not just in Peru, in Latin America. Keep in mind that this was the era of Merta, the Movimiento Revolucionario Tupac Amaru, basically a more like Che Guevara inspired movement. It was also the era of the Colombian left-wing guerrillas. So the Irish Maoist also has a nice video on them. But yeah, this was the most powerful movement in Latin America. And keep in mind, what people seem to always forget is that the Shining Path, the Partido Comunista del Peru, almost won. Like, they almost won. My main critique of them is that the Jefe Ture, basically the idea that Gonzalo was some type of great leadership as opposed to just another dude, they set themselves up to fail that way. As a matter of fact, Ajif kind of says the same thing. Ajif Maoist Party. There we go. So this was written in 2009. So he basically talks about like where democratic centralism has come from and how people fuck it up. One of the major theoretical contributions of Mao Zedong and Maoism to the revolutionary movement is that the bourgeoisie is within the party itself. What this means is that no, we don't have to always go on a heresy hunt and harass our comrades, but we do have to be careful because after we seize power, it's very possible for us to revert to the exact opposite of what we were trying to do. And when that happens, you end up with shit like China and the Soviet Union. So we're not trying to build state monopoly capitalism. We're certainly not trying to collapse. What we're trying to do is organize the people to storm heaven and build communism. So he concludes by saying that you can make a mistake when you have an incomplete rupture from the Comintern approach. When Maoists talk about the Comintern approach, we talk about the Stalin era. So he criticizes the cult built up around Mao. The personality cult business, which Gonzaloites themselves deny, but it's happened. It's been a problem. It was initiated by Stalin, which was in total opposition to Lenin's outlook. When the then Soviet leader Khrushchev prepared ideological grounds for capitalist restoration by negating Stalin totally under the guise of rejecting his cult, Mao took up the defense of Stalin's positive aspects. But this was done with Marxist criticism on Stalin's errors, differentiating between what is to be adopted and what is to be rejected. We need to think over whether or not this is complete. Personality cults can never be justified in Marxism. I repeat, personality cults can never be justified in Marxism. But instead of totally rejecting them, Mao limited himself to criticizing their extreme manifestations. I believe Mao told Edgar Snow that he thought that the Chinese people, since they had gone through millennia of emperors, they were like sort of ready-made for personality cult. Of course, that's nonsense. He appealed to the complex situation of the class struggle in China, but in principle itself, there's no such thing as a great person, a great leader, or anything like that. There's no such thing as an infallible individual, an infallible leadership, or an infallible party. So, in essence, don't engage in personality cult bullshit because you are going to, you're going to fail. The people are going to reject it, especially Americans who are simultaneously extremely cynical and also extremely trusting.
So who are these new and shadowy revolutionaries? As Peru's government fights for its very existence, Dispatches reveals for the first time the people of the Shining Path.
On the morning of the 5th of April 1992, Peruvians woke up to a dramatic change in government.
Como presidente de la República, he constatado.
This was the notorious Alto Golpe, where Fujimori basically waged a coup against his own government. He died last year, thankfully.
Directamente.
Cigarette time. Watch this and learn something. I will be right back.
Estas anomalías y me he sentido en la responsabilidad de asumir una actitud de excepción para procurar acelerar el proceso de esta reconstrucción nacional.
Calling for a free hand in his war against drugs, corruption and subversion, President Fujimori shut down Congress and declared the Constitution null and void. That same morning, politicians and journalists were amongst those arrested as Fujimori moved to suppress his critics. But the coup was only the latest chapter in the unfolding tragedy of Peru's violent history. A deepening economic crisis has taken the country to the brink of total collapse. If collapse comes, the political vacuum could be filled by the most powerful guerrilla army in Latin America today. In the highlands of Peru, centuries of state neglect and exploitation of Indian peasants have reached breaking point.
¡Viva el equilibrio estratégico! ¡Viva el equilibrio estratégico!
The land that once was home of the Inca Empire is today the backbone of a revolution that is transforming the face of the country.
¡Viva el Partido Comunista del Perú! ¡Viva el Partido Comunista del Perú!
This is the power base of the Peruvian Communist Party, better known as the Shining Path.
Y yo estoy dispuesto, plenamente convencido y dispuesto a dar la vida por el Partido de la Revolución en la defensa de los intereses de nuestro pueblo, la clase. Darme vida por el Partido de la Revolución, eso es lo que quiero decir.
Para mí, ser miembro del Ejército Guerrillero Popular es un orgullo. Es llevar siempre de orgullo, pues, compañeros. Y como guerrillero, como combatiente, como soldado rojo del presidente Gonzalo, también, pues, estar dispuesta a dar la vida por el Partido de la Revolución, a defender, pues, el nuevo poder, porque hay poder en todo el país.
¡Viva presidente Gonzalo! ¡Viva presidente Gonzalo! ¡Viva presidente Gonzalo! ¡Viva el equilibrio estratégico! ¡Viva el equilibrio estratégico! ¡Viva el equilibrio popular! ¡Viva la poder!
Comandante Luis is a military and political commander of the Shining Path.
Mira, compañero, como ustedes pueden ver, ¿no? La pobreza existente en esta zona, pues, es palpable, ¿no? Vemos cómo antiguamente, hablando, por ejemplo, de este lugar, ¿no? Ha sido una zona ganadera, ¿no? Ha habido acá ganado, ha habido criaderos de cuyes, conejos. Hoy en día no hay nada. ¿Por qué? Pues, producto del viejo Estado, ¿no? Donde su política de shock ha generado todo esto, pues, de que la masa venda todo, ¿no? Para poder subsistir, para poder sobrevivir. Y justamente es el deber nuestro, pues, ¿no? Del partido, y justamente la masa nos aclama a venir acá.
Portrayed by the government as a bunch of vicious terrorists, the Shining Path has remained behind a curtain of secrecy. In reality, the Shining Path is a highly organized political party, and its rapidly growing support has made it the most powerful voice of protest in Peru. The Shining Path first appeared in 1980 as an armed movement in the province of Ayacucho. Their aim is to create a popular republic guided by their leader, Presidente Gonzalo. Guided by Marxist, Leninist and Maoist principles applied to Peru by Presidente Gonzalo, the Shining Path is building the foundations of what they call a new state that is progressively replacing the old regime. The pillars of this new society are the people's committees, elected by popular assembly. They look after land.
Well, I thought Maoists were hyper-totalitarian and then let the people say shit. Popular assemblies? Wow.
Distribution, justice and education. After centuries of widespread neglect by the old order, many peasants welcome this new approach.
Que estábamos trabajando, pues, un pelotón del Comité Popular Abierto, están degollando la vaca para alimentación de las masas.
Che Guevara and Fidel Castro is something really similar in Cuba. When they would open up a guerrilla zone, they would confiscate large herds of beef cattle from these people. Had these latifundias, basically giant plantations and ranches, and they would confiscate them, and they would literally just, here, eat. You've never had beef before in your life? Here, eat all the beef you can handle. That's how you get the people to support you. You have to provide material, tangible improvements in their quality of life.
Para el ejército, que es columna vertebral del nuevo poder. En la guerra popular, pues, tenemos fuerza principal, fuerzas locales y fuerza de más base. Y los tres cuerpos son que luchamos, pues, en la guerra popular. Estamos destruyendo, pues, a la vieja sociedad, y que en un momento, pues, nos encontramos.
So he sums up the goal of a communist party, like in those two sentences: we're destroying the old power and we're building towards a takeover of power in our society. Like, you can't just reform your way away from capitalism. Like, Allende tried it, and what happened to him? Nixon made the economy scream. There were a bunch of fake protests and riots set up by people that were backed by the CIA, and he ended up toppled. His presidential palace, La Moneda, ended up being bombed, and he died at the head of his forces, but nonetheless he died, and the Chilean people were plunged into decades of darkness as a result of the fact that you cannot reform capitalism. You cannot have a peacefully elected socialist system. It's not going to work, no matter how much you try to force it. I don't know. I think the reason why Western leftists cling to the idea of peaceful reform so much is that, like, that's how they're told that change is made. They take these AP government classes and civics classes, and they're taught that violence has no place in American society. Yet when you look at the underpinnings of American society is founded and rooted in violence. Why do we have all this nice shit? Why am I able to sit here at 8:17 in the evening and talk to you about communism? Because our country has stolen a substantial amount of the world's wealth and brought it here and distributed some of it to the working class, leading to many of us, a substantial chunk of us, living lives of leisure that cannot even be imagined by people like those that you see in this documentary.
Avance, que estamos cerca de tomar el poder. Antes, en la vieja sociedad, hemos visto, pues, cosas que no eran justas. Había, pues, gamonalillos.
I saw one lady who lived under this Peruvian semi-feudalism. She was talking about how like the landlords, when you got off work, when you were done toiling in the fields for the day, they would literally smell your mouth. They would have you breathe in their face to see if you had eaten any fruit. And if they would smell any fruit on your breath, they would beat the shit out of you. That's what makes revolutions.
Terratenientes que manejaba, pues, al pueblo, lo oprimía y lo explotaba. Con el partido hemos aprendido mucho, de lo cual hemos barrido esas actitudes de terratenientes, pues, le hemos tenido durante tiempos.
Yeah, this documentary will open up your eyes to a lot of shit. Like, there are, I would venture to say that a majority of the world's population, meaning the third world, still lives like this. Like, earlier I showed you how the coltan that produces so much of our electronics is mined. Like, you literally have people in the big year 2025 that are mining without any protective equipment whatsoever. Like, you look at first world miners, they have all these hazmat suits and stuff like that. In the third world, you have people that literally have nothing but shovels and picks and boots. That's your equipment. That's what you use when you go to the mines. So the basis, the material objective basis for revolution is still existent in places like the Congo, because people are still toiling under atrocious conditions in places like this. You were taught by many here in Latin America that the PCP was nothing but a bloodthirsty terrorist story. And yeah, they did engage in many excesses, like the Lucanamarca massacre. But you have to take things in their broad picture. And generally, I would consider the Partido Comunista del Peru, I would consider it a net benefit. Like, you literally had them raising the red flag, raising the red banner when people thought that communism was dead. People still think that communism is a thing of the past, but it isn't. You literally had them saying, "Fuck you! There is no end of history. We are history, and we're making it." That's extremely inspirational.
la guerra popular, en una escoba de hierro, pues, como nos enseña el presidente Gonzalo.
Compañeros, vamos a nuestro trabajo colectivo, compañeros. Vamos, compañeros.
People's committees are already at work in the countryside. They're the Shining Path support bases, the seeds of the Republic of New Democracy, and the first step on the road to what they describe as true socialism.
Hace 12 años el pueblo veía al partido como...
Yeah, mines in the first world are heavily automated. Like when you have an American citizen that's going down a mine, it's remarkably different than a Mexican or a Guatemalan or a Honduran that's going down a mine, or a Congolese person that's going down a mine.
Algo no obsoleto. Hoy en día el pueblo ve, pues, ¿no?, que el partido es la solución de todos nuestros males. Soluciones, vemos en el campo cómo soluciona el problema agrario, ¿no?, cómo soluciona el problema de la delincuencia. Así el partido soluciona, el partido no promete, el partido...
The party brings solutions, not promises. Wherever the party arrives, it transforms. That's how you get mass support. Like, nobody can eat a promise. When you show up, you have to actually improve people's lives. That's how you get... Where do cadres come from? Cadres come from, like, people that have forced themselves to the forefront of class struggle. If you're not waging class struggle alongside the people, why would anybody follow your party?
Donde llega, hay transformación.
Unable to solve mounting social and economic problems, successive governments have tried to stem the growth of the Shining Path through indiscriminate military violence. But despite their terror tactics, the faceless hoods of the Army's special forces have failed to turn the tide.
What these ronderos and government forces would do, ronderos were basically like peasant self-defense committees that were organized by the government, basically reactionary militias, is they would commit atrocities. Like they would literally just go into a village and massacre people and leave red flags or slogans that the PCP was apt to use. Viva el Presidente Gonzalo, stuff like that. They would chalk that shit up, or they would paint that shit up on the wall, and they would have the peasants blaming the Shining Path for the massacre, when in reality, it was the government. It's false flag attacks. They used them to incredible efficiency to try to discredit the Partido Comunista del Peru.
Peru's military has relied on strategies of low-intensity warfare, borrowed from US counter-insurgency campaigns in Central America. They include the training of peasant vigilante groups used as cannon fodder in the war against the guerrillas. Inevitably, it's the civilian population that pays the price.
Yes, lying is OP and the government will do it. When you have a revolutionary organization, a revolutionary party that is actively engaged in the process of people's war, trying to topple the old system, you would behoove yourself not to believe anything that they say. Like a lot of people base their entire opinion on the Partido Comunista de Peru, the Shining Path, on stuff that people aligned with the United States government or United States government-backed academic organizations or the Peruvian government wrote. Like, you can't trust that stuff. Am I saying that everything that the Shining Path says is true? No, because revolutionaries engage in propaganda as well. But I would much rather believe revolutionary propaganda than American or Peruvian government propaganda. But yeah, Castillo was nothing but a sellout. He was a bullshitter. Basically a wannabe Peruvian version of Rodrigo Duarte, who also, in the process of running for election, touted his supposed leftist history. He was actually one of Joma's students.
no, mana ricunicho bien pasera mo venas pang leo waskunat kemaron no hay kulio ay ricunicho con lechtamantena ting waskunat kemaron so direta wasip anciano vego chatseperos mata chinera ricmana nancho opa caranya wasakare.
She mentions that the individual that was shot did not understand Spanish. In the Andes, in Peru and Ecuador, a lot of people, they don't speak Spanish, or they speak a version of Spanish that is heavily influenced by the language of the Inca Empire, Quechua. So when you hear these people talk, it's like it's a different type of Spanish. It's basically like our Spanglish, heavily influenced by the indigenous language that was there before the Spanish colonizers came. It's really cool.
Segundo las 5 primero las un amor helicóptero swan bajar un wasi crepa punta teatico en atin chaipe bajar swan no hata pero aperas pasajero nas helicóptero apaan tapuan toku trasengkicho sendir trasengkicho ata terroristata nispa tapuan ate manam restinicho emacha kakun restinicho manam restinicho nepti newang apasaiki.
Sí. Lo abrimos adentro bien, lo abrimos y lo tapamos así.
Peru's armed forces have been described as the world's worst abusers of human rights. "25,000 people have died in Peru's dirty war."
This is basically the same type of thing that happened in the Philippines under Duarte. Duarte, as you know, was arrested last month by the Philippine government. I don't know if he fell out with Bongbong Marcos or what, but he was arrested, and I believe he's currently in The Hague facing human rights violations charges. Because like literally what would happen was he would have a gang show up to your house if you were supposed to be involved with drugs, or you were involved with the wrong people who were involved with drugs. They would just show up to your house and shoot you, or shoot somebody that looked like you. They'd shoot up the whole fucking neighborhood. Like, you can't do stuff like that to your own people. But this is essentially what the Peruvian government did.
Most of them through army-led massacres, torture and disappearances.
Yeah, that's how Peru was. Like literally just giant fucking graves full of people who did nothing wrong whatsoever. So whenever somebody talks to you about the supposed atrocities that were committed by the Partido Comunista del Peru, like, ask them about this shit. Like, there was no cause, no reason for this stuff. But counterinsurgency warfare, there's three ways. Well, really, there's a few ways that you can successfully defeat a guerrilla insurgency, a protracted people's war. One, you can co-opt it. You can come with your own program, your own land reform program, etc., to try to drain the sea in which the revolutionaries swim. So if the revolutionaries are promising land reform, you use your own strength as the government to implement your own land reform and take support away from the PCP. That's why the PCP attacked these types of programs, most of which were backed and funded by the United States government, because these were counterinsurgency programs. They do the same thing after uprisings in the hoods and in the barrios. What they do is they come in, they have the Urban League, Salvation Army, Ford Foundation, Rockefeller, all these billion-dollar philanthropic foundations. They come and they try to buy the people off. They'll give you a job. They'll build a fucking welfare resource center. All of this is not out of the goodness of these people's hearts. The rich do not give you anything out of the goodness of their hearts. What they're throwing is they're trying to buy you off so that you do not listen to the communists. You don't listen to motherfuckers like me. You listen to the people that feed you. Okay, so that's one way that counterinsurgency works. Another, more brutal way that the Israelis are currently trying to engage in against the Palestinians is just flat-out genocide. To drain the sea in which the fish of the revolution swim, you just kill everybody, or you drive them away, and you leave the land blank and empty so that there's nowhere for the guerrillas to hide, there's nowhere for the guerrillas to turn to for food, there's nowhere for the guerrillas to turn to for support. Naturally, this is genocide, this is a war crime, but people still try to do it anyways, hoping that they can hide it. This is what the Peruvian government, through their...
In colonial days, Lima, the capital, was known as the City of Kings. Lima's white elite, the criollos, control a nation where 85% of the population is Indian.
Criollo basically means Creole. It means somebody that, okay, so back in the Spanish colonial days, you had the Peninsulares, who were like the top. Those are the people who actually came from Spain. And then you had the criollos, usually the kids or grandkids of Peninsulares, people who were born in the colonies, but they still were white. Peru also has a substantial Chinese population. They came as indentured laborers. And it also has a substantial, pretty much every Spanish-speaking country, with the exception of Argentina, has a large amount of African-descended people. In Peru and Colombia and Ecuador, most of the black people, the Afro-descendants, they live on the coasts, because that's where most of the plantations were. And, of course, you also have the huge mestizo and indigenous population.
The criollos show little concern for the plight of Peru's poor majority.
I'll be right back. Let me get my dinner.
Every morning, the city is overrun by poor street sellers desperate to survive. Since he became president in 1989, under pressure from the International Monetary Fund, Fujimori has applied severe shock measures to a crumbling economy. Lima's desperate shanty towns have provided the shining path with strategic bases inside the capital itself. Committees for popular struggle are working just a few hundred yards from the city center.
Nosotros venimos construyendo la conquista del poder, acá, movilizando a las masas, organizándolas, politizándolas y armándolas. Esas son las 4 tareas que cumplimos en el movilizar. Y se viene cumpliendo, cumpliendo los preparativos de insurrección en Ciudad. De acá a unos par de años, ¿no? Como plantean, nosotros estamos convencidos de que el triunfo ya nos pertenece.
Las masas se van a definir, pues. Ahorita la masa todavía está así, ¿no? De que ni para aquí ni para allá, dicen, ¿no? Pero de acá a unos años más se va a definir. O bien va a estar con el partido, o bien va a estar en contra. Y en contra va a ser un contrarrevolucionario, y así se lo va a ver, ¿no? Entonces, de acá a un tiempo así va a ser, pues. Las masas se van a definir y todos vamos a estar pues, con el partido, ¿no?
The Shining Path's military tactics are clear. Widespread economic sabotage and selective executions of members of the armed forces, the government and other enemies of the revolution. One particularly brutal killing was that of Maria Elena Moyano, a popular local figure strongly opposed to the party's actions.
Somos conscientes que con violencia transformamos, compañeros. Es una necesidad, es una ley de los maoístas, compañeros. La violencia revolucionaria. Sin violencia no hay transformación. Y más que nada, compañeros, yo le haría una pregunta a usted. Si usted tiene un zapato roto, ¿qué hace? ¿No lo cambia? Lo pone uno nuevo, ¿no? Entonces, ese viejo lo guarda o lo bota. Lo bota. Entonces, así es, ¿no? Así somos nosotros. Esta sociedad no sirve. Ya está corroída. Hay que sacarla, pues, y plantar lo nuevo.
The Shining Path is blamed for a campaign of terror against Peruvians, but most deaths have been the work of the military. Traditional Indian carnivals are now held in Lima. Over 2 million people have fled from the countryside to the city, escaping the ravages of war. At Carnival, they reenact the horrors that forced them to flee. Indian families continue to arrive in Lima every day, overwhelming the capital. Indian cholos are the target of racial and cultural discrimination, stirring up further anti-government feeling. In one of the now daily demonstrations, over 30,000 women march in protest against living conditions in Lima's vast and ever-growing shantytowns.
El problema es que el gobierno nos recorta el presupuesto, lo gasta en otras cosas y falta el dinero para comprar la leche para todos nuestros niños. La mayoría de las madres tenemos muchos niños y somos pobres. Vivimos en pueblos jóvenes, donde hay carencia de agua, luz, desagüe.
Y hay donaciones que no nos dan, los prefieren hacerlos podrir, que estén podridos ahí en los depósitos y no nos los dan,
Nosotros estamos defendiendo la vida,
a veces nos mandan donativos y prefieren regalarlos. Entre ellos los grandes se reparten, ellos se reparten y a nosotros los pobres no nos dan nada.
Somos gente trabajadora, señor. Somos mujeres que amanece trabajamos. Hemos tenido a nuestros hijos, pero también damos la cara porque estamos trabajando. Honradamente, no queremos que nuestros hijos sean ladrones y tampoco que se nos muera uno a uno. Con lo que trabajamos no nos alcanza. Ayúdenos nosotros, ustedes también a nosotros, por favor. No nos tomamos como si fuéramos muñequitos, por favor. ¡Abajo las autoridades que se niegan a escuchar al pueblo! ¡Viva la unidad del pueblo!
With a foreign debt of $22 billion,
Indian food tonight. I've got a lamb choila, lamb biryani, and naan stuffed with some type of cheese.
1 in 3 unemployed and 70,000 children dying of malnutrition every year. There's no hope of a speedy economic turnaround.
Only thing I really hate about Indian cuisine is that they believe in raw onions. I hate raw onions.
Fearing a collapse in authority, the government once again clings to power through repression.
So these are all above ground mass organizations.
Many Peruvians want an end to a corrupt political system that's failed to come up with solutions.
Cada día la situación social va realmente poniéndose más crítico. Entonces creo que puede arrastrar a una guerra civil. Es la única solución que puede llevar a cabo para que haya cambios. Porque
Movedev basically fancies itself the legal successor to the Partido Comunista del Perú, but yeah, they're really no good.
Este pueblo, en este país, ya no hay ningún tipo de cambio mientras los grandes, los que tengan los medios económicos, reinen.
Hay un sector que tiene, como le digo, cierta cantidad de plata y otro que no. Y entonces la pobreza no tenemos cómo, que le digo, pedir al gobierno. O sea, nos sentimos impotentes, no podemos ni cómo. Si hacemos una huelga, una manifestación, ahí está la Fuerza Armada, nos detienen, nos reprimen, ese es el problema.
Ya la gente ahorita ha comenzado ya a levantarse. Verdaderamente todo el mundo está cambiando de ideología. Y yo escucho rumores, he visto de que verdaderamente mucha gente que habla de las buenas alternativas que da este sendero. Y, por ejemplo, por decir en los penales, son bien disciplinados, son gente que verdaderamente puede conllevar a una vida mejor.
Captured Shining Path members are now held at Canto Grande, Lima's maximum security prison.
This is my favorite part.
300 prisoners were massacred by the army at 3 other jails in 1986, during the government of Alan Garcia. Their self-discipline and organization contrasts vividly with other prisoners and gives them a virtually self-sufficient communal life.
Pero con Victories le puede ganar. En vóley. No, en vóley. En básquet sí también me invito. No, ya todos los partidos.
So they're deciding what they're going to do communally.
Pero hay que pedir, ¿no?, que sean también los partidos de vóley de día. Y más si son las finales.
Women prisoners put on events to commemorate party holidays like Women's Day.
Gonzalo es el guía con que pueblos del mundo triunfarán. Luminoso sendero transitamos, lucharemos sin tregua hasta el final. Luminoso sendero transitamos, lucharemos sin tregua hasta el final. Movimiento, movimiento femenino, femenino, movimiento femenino popular. Son imposibles sin el fermento femenino. El progreso social puede medirse exactamente por la posición social del sexo débil. Carlos Marx.
Imagine what would have happened if you had told these women that feminism is not proletarian.
The Shining Path regards women as half of heaven and gives them vital positions in the party hierarchy. In a society
really catchy
with strong traditions of discrimination, this equality has attracted many Peruvian women to the cause.
This is my goal for DSA.
The man behind the strategy and ideology of the Shining Path is Abimael Guzman, or Presidente Gonzalo, a philosopher and former teacher at the University of Huamanga in Ayacucho. He stayed underground since the appearance of the Shining Path. Yet he commands unswerving loyalty amongst party members.
Nosotros somos combatientes, condición transitoria de prisioneros de guerra. Entonces, acá, como todo combatiente del Ejército Guerrillero Popular, desenvolvemos tres tareas. O sea, el combatir, que es lo principal. Combatimos los planes de la reacción, en este caso el plan de genocidio, ¿no? Como parte de su guerra contrasubversiva. Y desenvolvemos luchas para exigir pues, nuestros derechos. También movilizar. Tiene que ver con el problema de armarnos, principalmente ideológico y políticamente, ¿no? Con nuestra...
You guys ever listen to, well, not listen to Gonzalo, because his recordings of his speech are pretty few and far between, but there was actually a whole ass interview with him. Listen to part of it.
Interview with Chairman Gonzalo. Conducted by El Diario. Part 1. Objectives. El Diario. Chairman Gonzalo, what prompted you, after a lengthy silence, to do this interview? And why did you choose El Diario? Chairman Gonzalo. Let us start by saying that the Communist Party of Peru, Partido Comunista del Perú, PCP, which has been leading the People's War for more than 8 years now...
Pause that, but this is really cool. So there was a Turning Points booth on at UC Davis, University of California, Davis. And these things are getting more organized. It's cool. Watch this. So no, formation tight against a weak and dispersed enemy. Let's see what happens. So they use something that looks like a wedge. So solidity against a weak and dispersed and confused enemy. As we see, that gets results. You're under the impression that you have to be smart to get into college?
Has expressed itself publicly in a number of different documents. We have always considered the pronouncements of the party itself to be much more important, because that way it is crystal clear that it is the PCP that has dared to initiate the People's War, lead it, and carry it forward. The reason we are taking this occasion to speak in a personal interview like this one, which is the first time we have had the pleasure.
Some of the stupidest people I have met in college. Hey, look, welcome shipment. They redecorated the bathrooms at Columbia. So the new director's name is Claire Shipman, and yeah, it lends itself very well. She should change her name, Shipman. That's my favorite food. That's my favorite part too. Gato Michoacano.
To do so, and specifically with you, has to do with the Party Congress. Our party has accomplished a long-awaited historic task with the convening of its Congress. For decades, we struggled hard to bring this about, but it's only the People's War that has given us the conditions to actually accomplish it. That's why we say that the first Congress is the offspring of two great parents, the party and the People's War. As the official documents state, this Congress marks a milestone, a victory, in which our party has been able to sum up the long road traveled and has established the three basic elements of party unity: its ideology, which is Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought, the program, and the general political line. Furthermore, this Congress has established a solid basis for advancing towards the prospective seizure of power. The Congress, then, is a great victory, and it is one of the main reasons for giving this interview. Other reasons have to do with the profound crisis that our country is going through, and the ever-growing and more powerful development of the class struggle of the masses, and with the international situation and how revolution is the main trend in the world. As to why we are doing this interview with El Diario, there's a very simple reason. El Diario is a trench of combat, and today it is the only tribune that really serves the people. We believe that though it would have been possible to be interviewed by others, including foreigners, it is better, and more in accord with our principles, to be interviewed by a paper like El Diario, which is really struggling every day under difficult conditions to serve the people and the revolution. That is the reason. El Diario. Chairman Gonzalo, have you weighed the possible implications of conducting this interview? Let me ask you, don't you run some risk talking publicly at this time? Chairman Gonzalo. Being communists, we fear nothing. Moreover, our party has steeled us to challenge death itself, and to carry our life on our fingertips, so that we may give it whenever the revolution demands it. We believe that this interview has overriding importance. It serves our party, serves the revolution, serves our people and our class, and also, why not say it, serves the international proletariat, the peoples of the world revolution. Whatever risk, then, is nothing, especially, I repeat, steeled as we are by the party. 1. Ideological questions. El Diario. Chairman, let's talk about one of the ideological foundations of the PCP, Maoism. Why do you consider Maoism the third stage of Marxism? Chairman Gonzalo. This point is crucial and of enormous consequence. For us, Marxism is a process of development, and this great process has given us a new, third and higher stage. Why do we say that we are in a new, third and higher stage, Maoism? We say this because, in examining the three component parts of Marxism, it is clearly evident that Chairman Mao Zedong has developed each one of these three parts. Let's enumerate them. In Marxist philosophy, no one can deny his great contribution to the development of dialectics, focusing on the law of contradiction, establishing that it is the only fundamental law. On political economy, it will suffice to highlight two things. The first, of immediate and concrete importance for us, is bureaucrat capitalism, and second, the development of the political economy of socialism, since in synthesis, we can say that it is Mao who really established and developed the political economy of socialism. With regard to scientific socialism, it is enough to point to people's...
So in case you're wondering what the fuck I'm reading, this is the Palestine Action Tactical Manual. It's really good. Hold on. F that up.
War, since it is with Chairman Mao Zedong that the international proletariat has attained a fully developed military theory, giving us then the military theory of our class, the proletariat, applicable everywhere. We believe that these three questions demonstrate a development of universal character. Looked at in this way, what we have is a new stage, and we call it the third one, because Marxism has two preceding stages, that of Marx and that of Lenin, which is why we speak of Marxism-Leninism. A higher stage, because with Maoism, the ideology of the worldwide proletariat attains its highest development up to now, its loftiest peak, but with the understanding that Marxism is, if you'll excuse the reiteration, a dialectical unity that develops through great leaps, and that these great leaps are what give rise to stages. So, for us, what exists in the world today is Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and principally Maoism. We think that to be Marxist today, to be communists, necessarily demands that we be Marxist, Leninist, Maoists, and principally Maoists. Otherwise, we couldn't be genuine communists. I would like to emphasize a situation that is rarely taken into account, and definitely deserves to be studied closely today. I am referring to Mao Zedong's development of Lenin's great thesis on imperialism. This is of great importance today, and in the historical stage that is presently unfolding. Again, simply listing his contributions, we could point out the following. He discovered a law of imperialism when he said that imperialism makes trouble and fails, makes trouble again and fails again until its final doom. He also specified a period in the process of development of imperialism, which he called, quote, the next 50 to 100 years, end quote. Years, as he said, unparalleled on Earth, during which, as we understand it, we will sweep imperialism and reaction from the face of the earth. He also pointed to something that today, more than ever, can't be ignored. He said that, quote, a period of struggle between U.S. imperialism and Soviet social imperialism has begun, end quote. In addition, we all know of his great strategic thesis that, quote, imperialism and all reactionaries are paper tigers, end quote. This is a thesis of enormous importance, and we must keep in mind that Chairman Mao applied this thesis to U.S. imperialism and Soviet social imperialism, both of which we have no reason to be afraid of. But also, we must keep in mind how he saw the development of war, following exactly what Lenin had stated about the era of wars that had opened up in the world. The chairman has taught us that a country, a nation, a people, no matter how small, can defeat the most powerful exploiter and dominator on Earth if they dare to take up arms.
Yeah, it's dope not having a fucking job to go to in the morning.
Moreover,
well, afternoon. So yeah, I get to spend all night with you motherfuckers.
He has taught us how to understand the process of war and how never to fall for nuclear blackmail. I believe that these are some questions that we must keep in mind in order to understand how Chairman Mao Zedong developed Lenin's great thesis on imperialism. And why do I insist on this? Because we understand that just as Lenin's contributions are based on the great work of Marx, Chairman Mao Zedong's developments are based on the great work of Marx and Lenin on Marxism-Leninism. We would never be able to understand Maoism without understanding Marxism-Leninism. We believe that these things are of great importance today, and for us, it has been decisive to understand Maoism in theory and practice as a third, new, and higher stage. El Diario. Chairman Gonzalo, do you believe that if José Carlos Mariátegui were alive, he would uphold the theories and contributions of Chairman Mao? Chairman Gonzalo. In synthesis, Mariátegui was a Marxist-Leninist. Beyond that, in Mariátegui, the founder of the party, we find theses similar to...
I listened to part of your audiobook, Gato. It's very good. Lisp and all.
To those that Chairman Mao has made universal. Thus,
people say that I have a lisp, but I don't hear it. I do pronounce my S's very sibilantly. Man.
as I see it, today Mariátegui would be a Marxist-Leninist Maoist. This is not speculation. It is simply the product of understanding the life and work of José Carlos Mariátegui. El Diario. Moving on to another question. What is the ideology of the proletariat, and what role does it play in the social processes of the world today? What do the classics, Marx, Lenin, and Mao, mean to the PCP? Chairman Gonzalo. Today, tomorrow, and in these stormy decades in which we live, we can see the
What is ELD? I don't know what that is. Is that like ESOL? No, I'm a native speaker of English. Why would I need to take an English as a second language class? He is. Very few people know about Jose Carlos Mariátegui. Well, very few non-Latin American people know about Jose Carlos Mariátegui. Very sad. This is from unityoffield.net. I highly recommend following them.
The enormous and overriding importance that proletarian ideology has. First, although I'm emphasizing something that is well known, it is the theory and practice of the final class in history. The ideology of the proletariat is the product of the struggle of the international proletariat. It also comprehends the study and understanding of the whole historical process of class struggle that went on before the proletariat, of the struggle of the peasantry in particular, the great heroic struggles they have waged. It represents the highest level of study and understanding that science has produced.
Gato is Spanish your first language? I didn't know that. Am I afraid of a massive recession incoming? I ain't afraid of shit, bruh. Why would I be... Bruh. These white folks gonna do what they do. We gonna do what we do. Am I going to the big DSA con this year? Yeah, I do plan on running for delegate. I look forward to meeting all of you.
In some...
Wait. She used to put black kids that spoke too much AAVE, too much Ebonics in class with the Spanish speakers. So you've got a bunch of black kids that are walking around talking like cholos. Is that what you're saying?
The ideology of the proletariat, the great creation of Marx, is the highest world outlook that has ever been or ever will be seen on Earth. It is the world outlook, the scientific ideology that for the first time provided mankind, our class principally, and the people, with a theoretical and practical instrument for transforming the world. And we have seen how everything that he predicted has come about. Marxism has been developing. It has become Marxism-Leninism, and today, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. And we see how this ideology is the only one capable of transforming the world, making revolution, and leading us to the inevitable goal of communism. It is of an...
Oh, man. That's some funny shit. I gotta come out there. Oh, interview with Chairman Gonzalo.
Enormous important.
Oh, by the way, Just True James. You're from DSA Midbo, the Mizzou branch. We should do a stream together. Me, you, and somebody from KC for the medical debt fundraiser. We are planning an in-person event in St. Louis for the fundraiser, but I think a stream would be really helpful. Plus, as you know, my stamina is increasing due to me being unemployed and my uncanny ability to run my fucking mouth. So,
I would like to...
You have my Twitter. Hit me up when you're ready.
Emphasize something. It is ideology, but it is scientific. Nevertheless, we must understand very well that we cannot make any concessions to the stand of the bourgeoisie, which wants to reduce the ideology of the proletariat to a simple method. To do so is to debase and to deny it. Please excuse my insistence, but as Chairman Mao said, quote, "It isn't enough to say it once, but 100 times. It isn't enough to say it to a few, but to many," end quote. Basing myself on this, I say that the ideology of the proletariat, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and today, principally Maoism, is the only all-powerful ideology, because it is true, and historical facts are showing that. It is the product, aside from what has already been said.
You can definitely hear Gonzalo's dogmatism here. Like, just principally this, principally that. All-powerful. There is no all-powerful ideology. Ideology is only all-powerful when... I am not going to be the first Maoist to die on stream. That's what I get for talking with my fucking mouth full. But yeah. There's no such thing as an all-powerful ideology. Never, ever. And they've got a really cool reading list. Definitely old school 60s and 70s inspired. War Against All Puerto Ricans. That's a really, really good one. If there's a book that will piss you off, like, I rarely get upset. Oh, the website's down. I rarely get upset about shit, but War Against All Puerto Ricans literally made me want to punch something. Like, what was done to those people, it's just atrocious. Atrocious. Like, the main leader of the Puerto Rican National Liberation Struggle, Pedro Albizu Campos, Afro-Puerto Rican, they literally threw this guy into a fucking jail, a jail cell, and tortured him to death with radiation. Yeah. But half these books I already have. Any tips for organizing when moving to a new city? I don't know, man. I've lived in St. Louis my whole life. I have a copy of this. Well, the U.S. Army Counterinsurgency Manual. Let's just go through. Let me see all the books that I have and don't have. The Wretched of the Earth, have that one. I'm black, obviously. Strategy for the Liberation of Palestine, I've got that one. Mini Manual of the Urban Guerrilla, I've got that one. Open Veins of Latin America, I've got that one. War Against All Puerto Ricans, I've got that one. Pedagogy of the Oppressed, I've got that one. Black Jacobins. Yep. What else? Discourse on Colonialism, have it somewhere in this pile behind me. How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, got that one. Black Skin, White Masks, have that one. Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, I gave that away. Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, I've got that one. Return to the Source, I've got that around here somewhere. Unequal Exchange and the Prospects of Socialism, I have not read that one. Strike One to Educate 100, The Rise of the Red Brigades in Italy, I have that, but I gave it to an Italian PSL dude. Red Army Faction, Projectiles for the People, I have not read that one. That's dope. So, let's take a little look-see. 737 pages. These fucking Germans, man. Yeah, we are going to write all 1,000 pages about our revolution that failed. Projectiles for the people. Get it, yeah? The Red Army Faction. A Documentary History. Volume 1. Projectiles for the People. Forwards by Bill Dunn und Wassel Mahon Schwartz. Dedicated to the memory of Jim Campbell. We are a projectile, Andres Barra wrote to the group, thereby articulating an ethical point of view in which the subject and the objective became a single thing. It also meant that if no further separation existed between the subject and object, it was obvious how it would end, in death. Karl-Heinz Delvaux. Yes, it is a communist library. And yeah, I'm going to use this ridiculous German accent while reading from this. Projectiles for the People, Volume 1 of the Red Army Faction. A documentary history is an important exposition of what it means to wage armed struggle as an urban guerrilla in the post-World War II Western imperial capitalist paradigm. Via the fast-turning pages of Projectiles, Smith und Mankott usher us through the IAF's emergence in Deutschland from a moribund and constrained left opposition misdirected and suppressed by US imperialism and a quisling bourgeoisie. The IAF's projectiles for the people documented their political, practical, intellectual and emotional trajectory into taking up and using the gun in service of revolutionary communist class war. Projectiles brings us their voices and links the context to ours. Projectiles shows us how the IAF engaged in people's warfare without descending into adventurism. It reveals how the guerrilla was able to work with apparently unlikely allies and eschew involvement with ostensibly likely ones based on sophisticated analysis of the demands of conditions, time, and place. It illustrates how the comrades were able to internalize the trauma of frequently fatal mistakes and defeats as well as the euphoria of correct practice and victories. It explains how the organization recognized and responded to the enemy's slanderous campaign of vilification and that creating a false opposition to the underground. Projectiles, in this exploration of these and many other elements of IAF practice, thus illustrates that and how the IAF developed arguably the highest exploration of armed struggle in the late capitalist First World. Projectiles for the People is more than a dry historical treatise, however. It is a highly accessible rendition of a story of struggle that puts us both into the thought and action. That placement conveys more than a sense of understanding of the IAF's practice. It transmits a connection in a visible way. Not since reading 10 Days That Shook the World have I been so drawn into a political narrative. Reading like a historical thriller notwithstanding, Projectiles lets us see a rare confluence of theory and practice of which anyone who aspires to make revolution should be aware. The RAF may no longer be with us, but it has prepared the ground for and can yet aid the current movement for the most equitable social reality in which all people will have the greatest possible freedom to develop their full human potential. Nowhere else has the RAF's life, times, and legacy been so clearly laid out. I've never heard Andres Bada speak. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get this one. Revolution to Revolution. I've never read that one. Pacifism as Pathology. Haven't read that one. Blood in My Eye, of course. I literally led a DSA study group on this. The Collected Works of the Black Liberation Army. I've got that on the floor. Message to the Black Movement. Read that one. Still Black, Still Strong. I have not read this one. Look for Me in the Whirlwind. I have that on the floor next to me. Prairie Fire, The Weather Underground. I have the little pamphlet next to me over here. The State of Revolution, of course. Black Mask and Up Against the Wall, motherfucker. Haven't read that one. Left-Wing Communism, read it. False Nationalism, False Internationalism, read it. Did a study group on it. Armed Struggle, in the Armed Struggle. George Floyd Rebellion, Vertex Group. I haven't read that one. Huh. Yeah, definitely going to get that. I'm going to order that. My People Shall Live, Layla Khaled, read that one. The Thorn of the Carnation, haven't. U.S. Army Counterinsurgency Manual, I have that one, and I also have the Marine one. C.P. Newton's book, got that. The War Before, have that. Osada, definitely. John Brown, read it. Autobiography of Malcolm X, been read it. That was actually the first revolutionary book I've written. I have not read the Marilyn Buck book. Lumped by Ed Mead. I actually gave that away to a comrade. Yeah, most of the stuff I've read. Yeah, hold on. You fucking nerds. German is a disgusting language. Imagine if that was our national language. But yeah, check that out. They also have a lot of tactical and security resources, which I've already shown. Jesus, this is my longest fucking stream. My stamina is building up. Fucking gap-toothed Black Hassan over here. Nah. Hey. Good job, James. All right, back to Gonzalo.
of the
There's 956 viewers of this shit.
extraordinary work of extraordinary historical figures like Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Chairman Mao Zedong, to point out the most outstanding. But among them, we give special emphasis to three: Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao Zedong, as the three banners that are embodied, once again, in Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and principally Maoism. And what, precisely, is our task today? It is to raise up the banner of our ideology, defend and apply it, and to struggle energetically so that it will lead and guide the world revolution. Without proletarian ideology, there is no revolution. Without proletarian ideology, there is no hope for our class and the people. Without proletarian ideology, there is no communism. El Diario. Speaking of ideology, why Gonzalo thought? Chairman Gonzalo. Marxism has always taught us that the problem lies in the application.
This is the best fucking naan bread I've ever had. It's like filled with some type of cheese. I don't know what type of cheese it is. But the naan is fresh, and they just stuffed it with cheese. That's one thing I love about Indian bread. It could be a meal in itself. They could put like, I've had like sweet naan before. I don't know what it's called, but it's got like pistachios and honey and shit in it. Then you could put like chicken, all types of stuff. I love naan. If there's any Indian comrades in chat, y'all cook with this shit.
Of universal truth.
You know, I shared an AI-generated, trying to be popular, trying to hop on a little meme train. I shared a Studio Ghibli style photograph of myself. And I was like ripped to fucking shreds the other day. And I was like, why are people so angry? Like, why are people so eager to rip me apart over this? Like, it's just a fucking picture, bro. But people explain, like, because you know how, like, the editing, the coding for AI is done literally by slaves? Yeah. Enslaved workers in Kenya who make like $2 an hour. So that's already one strike against the AI revolution. But secondly, fascists love AI art. I was told that as well. And three, it's like horrible for the environment. To make that little shitty Studio Ghibli or Family Guy or whatever picture of yourself, you know, that uses like, that chops down like 30 trees in the Amazon. That's the energy output that's required for that. So at first I was neutral, and I'm not a Luddite. Like, I believe that we should embrace new types of technology, but there are a lot of very, very worrying things about how AI is used under capitalism. Here's the thing, like, AI under capitalism is a lot different than what AI under socialism would be. So when you use these things under capitalism, you're part and parcel to some pretty fucked up shit. So yeah, there will be no more Studio Ghibli AI portraits of Black Redguard. I learned that the hard way.
Sure.
But see, I gotta be in the mood for roti. I like roti too. Roti is dope. All Indian bread is dope. But yeah, I'm a naan guy.
Chairman Mao Zedong was extremely insistent on this point, that if Marxism, Leninism, Maoism is not applied to concrete reality, it is not possible to lead a revolution, not possible to transform the old order, destroy it, or create a new one. It is the application of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism to the Peruvian Revolution that has produced Gonzalo thought. Gonzalo thought has been forged in the class struggle of our people, mainly the proletariat, in the incessant struggles of the peasantry, and in the larger framework of the world revolution, in the midst of these earth-shaking battles, applying as faithfully as possible the universal truths to the concrete conditions of our country. Previously, we called it the guiding thought. And if today the party, through its Congress, has sanctioned the term Gonzalo thought, it's because a leap has been made in the guiding thought through the development of the People's War. In sum, Gonzalo thought is none other than the application of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism to our concrete reality. This means that it is principles specifically for our party, for the People's War, and for the revolution in our country. And I want to emphasize that.
I forgot how dry this guy is. Huh. South Korea is over.
South Korea is over. This sounds brutal, but South Korea will soon start melting on all fronts. Demographically, economically, socially, culturally, and militarily. Because for decades, the country has been experiencing a fertility crisis unprecedented.
I like skylines too.
In human history. And we've probably reached a point of no return. By 2060, the South Korea we know and love today will no longer exist. What will the collapse look like? And why is it now almost impossible to stop? The real population bomb. To have a stable population, you need a fertility
It's never really been all that buggy for me.
rate of about 2.1 children per woman. In the 1950s, South Koreans used to have 6 children on average. In the 1980s, the rate fell below 2. And in 2023, it was 0.72 kids.
Do you have any idea how, like, what the life for the average worker in South Korea is like? Like, do you have any idea what it's like to live under the fucking chaebol? Like, this is this is the epitome of a rat race ass society.
Kids per woman, the lowest ever recorded in history. In Seoul, fertility is even lower, around 0.55. On average, about half of the women here won't have any kids, and the other half just one. What do these numbers actually mean in the real world? If fertility stays as it is, then 100 South Koreans will have 36 kids. When they grow up, they will have 13 kids, who will then have 5. Within 4 generations, 100 South Koreans will turn into 5. If we look at today's South Korean population pyramid, we see this is pretty real. There's only one 1-year-old for 4 50-year-olds. After 4 decades below the replacement level, the consequences were still largely invisible. Today, South Korea's population is at an all-time high, as are its workforce and its GDP, which is still growing. But demographics hits you like a freight train. You hear it vague.
Oh yeah. The self-deletion rate in both Japan and South Korea is pretty high. I think there's like a forest in Japan where people go just to do that.
In the distance, and then it runs you over. South Korea is about to be hit. Let's time travel 35 years into the future to 2060 and see what the country will look like then. When it comes to demographics, the most commonly used projections are those put together by the UN. They envisage 3 scenarios: low fertility, medium, and high. But in the past, all medium UN projections for South Korea have consistently been too positive. Between 2022 and 2023...
James, let me guess your trajectory. Why you know so much about South Korea? You started out being a fucking being into the fucking K-dramas, and you started out being into K-pop, and then you advanced from there to learning as much about the country as possible, right? That's your ideological trajectory, James. What do you call a Koreaboo? A Koreaboo, I guess. You're a Koreaboo. Now you know so much about this little bitty ass country on the other side of the world because you just really, really love them. You really love their fucking sappy, fake ass R&B, huh?
Alone, fertility in South Korea dropped by another 8%. So we're going to use the latest low fertility scenario, which has been the most accurate in the last few years.
So your country finna collapse because y'all ain't fucking.
Keep in mind that we're still talking about projections, and the future is a faraway land. Okay, let's do it. In 2060, South Korea's population pyramid will look like this. The population will have shrunk by 30%. 16 million South Koreans will have disappeared in just 35 years. And it'll be the oldest country in human history. 1 in 2
Koreaboo or Yoseonbu.
South Koreans will be over the age of 65.
What do you call a North Koreaboo? Marxist-Leninist?
Less than 1 in 10 will be under 25. and only 1 in 100 will be small children.
You know, I asked a Korean dude that same question in middle school, and he was like, bruh, the commies don't let anybody leave. Of course I'm from South Korea, you idiot. I'm like, oh, wow.
Imagine waking up in a country where the streets are strangely quiet with no children playing on them.
Sounds like paradise.
Entire cities have been abandoned. Half of the population is elderly and living either alone.
Damn, she going through it with them fucking noodles.
Or in overcrowded retirement homes, with a minority of people desperately trying to keep society running.
So North Korea doesn't even have to invade. They just have to wait for the entire country to be old and decrepit before they invade. They can just walk across the border, walk right past the 85-year-old border guard, and march right into Seoul. North Korea is playing the long game. They don't even have to keep doing all these nuclear missiles and shit. All they got to do is wait.
There will be a few major consequences. Economic collapse. In 2023, a breathtaking 40% of South Koreans over 65 lived below the poverty line. But in 2060, this number may seem lovely in comparison. Today, South Korea has one of the largest pension funds in the world, worth about 730 billion US dollars. But it's projected to stop growing in the 2040s and be completely depleted by the 2050s. So in 2060, pensions will have to be paid by the working population. Estimates vary, but for a pension system to work, the minimum a society needs is between 2 to 3 workers per retiree paying for them with their taxes. But even if we assume that all South Koreans over 15 will be working in 2060,
You know why Gaddafi thought that black people were going to take over the world? Like, this is why I really don't fuck with Gaddafi all that much anymore. No, he should not have been sodomized with the AK bayonet. That's a pretty nasty way to go. But like, I do not fuck with Gaddafi ideologically. This motherfucker literally thought that black people are going to take over the world because 1, he thought that we didn't work. 2, we're from a hot climate, and 3, we have a shitload of motion. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. That's like clan ideology.
the country will have less than 1 worker per senior. Workers will be unable to stem the incredible costs. So not only will poverty among the elderly be common, but a big chunk will be forced to work. Except they may not be able to find jobs because by 2060, the South Korean economy may have collapsed. Broadly speaking, the size of an economy is linked to the size of its workforce. To have a big economy, you need...
Yeah, like the Green Book is probably the weirdest fucking shit. And, no. The weirdest fucking thing I've ever read is that book by the Turkmenistani dictator, Sapir Murat Niyazov, the Runama. Weirdest fucking shit I've ever read.
You need a lot of workers to produce a lot of things and a lot more people to buy them. Today, South Korea has about 37 million people of working age, generating a GDP of about 1.7 trillion US dollars. But by 2060, its workforce would have shrunk to less than half, to about 17 million. Of course, technological progress means that productivity will be higher and each individual will probably produce more than today. But even if productivity keeps growing at the same rate or more than we've seen in the last decades, South Korea's GDP could peak in the 2040s. In other words, South Korea will enter a permanent economic recession. There are more optimistic projections that see the recession begin as late as 2050, but they're based on the medium UN demographic scenario, and there are no signs that we're heading there. Another factor in the economy is science, technology, and innovation, areas in which big leaps are typically made by young adults and the middle-aged. Young people have fresh ideas that contribute to the wealth of society. Significantly fewer people working also means way less tax for the government, which will be trapped between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, having to provide for half the population that are seniors, on the other, seeing its income diminish. It will be...
Oh yeah, Libya under Gaddafi is definitely a lot better shit. A lot of places are better than the current, like, slave trafficking shithole that Libya is now. But that doesn't mean that dude was fucking, like, all that there. Look, he also had a weird-ass crush on Condoleezza Rice.
Forced to shut down or cut essential services like hospitals or social benefits. Since infrastructure only works at scale, smaller communities may be abandoned as the country contracts into its metropolitan areas. And of course, there won't be enough money to invest in the future. This is bad. But what will happen to South Korean society and culture may be worse. Societal and cultural
things I think we've heard, at least today, is that going through the personal effects of Muammar Gaddafi, we're told there was found some type of a photo album with many pictures of former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Right. Is this unusual to you? What do you think of this? What do you make?
I mean, Arabs do have a thing for black women. Like, historically.
Well,
yeah, it's right there.
Secretary Rice is an esteemed colleague, by the way, at Hoover.
That's why there's so many Afro-Arabs in the Middle East and North Africa. Like, Arabs love black women.
And a friend, something of a friend, so I don't think she's flattered by this. He's a very, very strange man. There's only one person possibly on the world stage more weird than Muammar Gaddafi, and that's Kim Jong-il in North Korea, who bears enormous comparison to this man. We do know that Secretary Rice did go to Libya in 2007, because you'll remember, Joe, that the Bush administration had bet.
I always heard that brown rice was healthier for me. I killed the guy that said that, but now I finally see I was wrong. He was right. Check out this big dick tater tonight. 'Cause you're my black flower in the White House, breaking hearts all over the globe. You're my black flower in a red blouse, I'm ass naked.
Oh my God. I really would be interested in hearing that song, but that is not it. Mid-2000s humor was something. It was something. You had to have been there.
Cultural collapse. Speculating on how societies will develop is extra hard, but there are a few pretty unavoidable trends. Today, already about 20% of Koreans live alone. Also, 20% report having no close friends or relatives. By 2060, 50% of South Koreans aged 70 will have no siblings, and 30% will have no children. Young adults between 25 and 35 will only make up 5% of the population and typically have no siblings at all.
Okay, I get it. South Koreans don't like fucking for procreation.
This leaves the elderly with almost no close family and young adults with little family and few potential friends, especially outside of big cities. A loneliness epidemic of epic proportions is all but guaranteed. On top of that, South Korean culture will probably experience a huge decline. In 2000, there were 17.5 million South Koreans between 25 and 45, and they made up 37% of the population. This was the generation that brought us K-pop, K-drama, K-food, and many other trends that spread around.
Wait, what is K-food? Korean take on fast. You know, Koreans make some bomb-ass fried chicken. Bomb-ass fried chicken. You know who taught them how to do it? We did. Why? Because we went over there for the Korean War. Like, they did their own little take on it, but they learned how to fry chicken for black people, yeah.
Around the world. In 2060, there will be just 5.6 million people in that age group, and they'll only be 16% of the population. Many cultural traditions are already...
Oh yeah, those same black troops that went over for the Korean War. I'm pretty sure they were responsible for the creation of the Blasian ethnicity. Actually, they were. Don't say it.
Struggling because the older generations are having trouble finding young people to pass them on to. As young people disappear, many traditions will die out. Without young people, the soul of South Korean culture will shrink and wither away. And on a personal level, what kind of experience will it be growing up in 2060? What will youth culture be like in a country of seniors, where many universities, schools and kindergartens are abandoned as there are no longer children to fill them with life? What kind of...
I don't know, I said a bad word.
job prospects will they face, and what will politics look like?
Yeah, it was probably that shitty fucking College Humor music video. Lovely.
If young people don't want to remain alone, they'll concentrate in Seoul or a few other big cities, or worse for South Korea, emigrate to other countries. Rural areas will decline, and most smaller cities will turn into ghost towns. We're already seeing this in Japan, which has almost 10 million abandoned houses in rural areas. Large parts of South Korea will simply vanish and be reclaimed by nature. Last but not least, South and North Korea are technically at war, and they could very well still be in 2060. Will South Korea still be able to afford to have its young men do 18 months of mandatory military service?
No, let the North Koreans take over.
Today, 5% of men of combat age are enrolled in the military. In 2060, it would have to be 15% just to match today's numbers. Okay, wait, this is all a bit much. Is there no way back? Why, there really is no way back. The problem with the demographic freight train is that once it hits, things become irreversible. Let's say fertility in South Korea magically triples to the replacement rate of 2.1.
All right, I get it. I fucking get it. Y'all need to y'all need to get your motion together. Let's see what Bad Empanada is whining about. Oh. My stream is back on YouTube.
So Poopy
Bad Empanada was apparently doxxed by Ethan Klein. What?
Ethan Klein maliciously doxed me during the most recent episode of his podcast. He stated my real name no less than 17 times, and also showed it on the screen a few dozen more times. This is not information that I have ever publicly revealed on my own volition. It has only ever been disseminated via doxing, pretty much the most doxing kind of doxing, in fact. It was taken from government databases by right-wing trolls in Argentina at the end of 2023 and then spread by them. And now Ethan Klein is spreading it as well in flagrant violation.
You know the thing that gets me about this guy? It's irritating. Get braces. You've got like a gap between your teeth right here. I've got a gap between my teeth right here, my front incisors, where it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to have a gap in your bottom teeth, bro.
Violation of YouTube's terms of service. And if you're interested in a more detailed explanation of that, I have a whole long-ass video.
What, you've never seen a white streamer crash out?
You're going over the whole saga of those people doxing me, and these are the people who Ethan Klein appears to be working with now to try and disseminate my dox even further after their previous attempts to dox me and get me killed failed. The information that Ethan Klein has been disseminating actually comes quite directly from the people who originally doxed me. He has been citing paid far-right doxer Drew Pavlou, who originally obtained this information from the Argentine government employees who illegally disseminated it from government databases. So yeah, the link...
Why does the Argentine government have it in for an Australian exile?
...is extremely direct. Ethan Klein seems to think...
Jesus, Filthy Frank, that's a blast from the past.
...that he can get away with
I haven't even thought about Filthy Frank in like 5 years.
On YouTube, that he can literally disseminate information stolen from government databases illegally. This has, of course, resulted in me receiving tons of messages from his fans with vivid descriptions of just how they're going to use my personal information to kill me. Like this one, this one, this one, and this.
He's not even Arab. He's Greek.
This one.
Small difference, I know.
Precisely what Ethan Klein was trying to incite by spreading this. This man is so pathetically unable to respond to my actual videos where I refute his Zionist talking points that this is what he resorts to. This is part of a clear pattern of doxing and harassment on the H3 podcast. What he tried to do to me is not even a fraction of what they've done to others, and we'll be getting into that in a minute.
Retired from content creation? Wow, that's the dream.
As well. But the divulgate, they have a legal privacy violation complaint form, which you can use to report the non-consensual dissemination of your private information. One of these instances of private information being your full real name. The offender in this case doesn't actually have any recourse. Their only option is to either censor the private information from the offending video within 48 hours, delete the video, or leave it up to YouTube's legal team reviewing the video after those 48 hours are up. They get no right to respond, they get no right to try and explain themselves, no right to try and justify what they did. I've used this complaint system in a number of other candidates because I didn't know this was private information, and it was just an honest mistake. So if the H3 podcast is treated like every other YouTuber here, then this podcast episode should either be massively censored, which will be difficult for them to do, given that they mentioned my name so many times within it that they'd basically just have to cut out the entire episode, or it will need to be entirely deleted. Or at least that's what would happen if they were treated the same as other YouTubers. In reality, big YouTubers tend to be treated a lot differently and tend to be given a lot more grace by YouTube to just blatantly break the term.
I'm not a big YouTuber. I don't even know what I am. Like, I don't identify as a Twitch streamer. I started doing it a couple years ago. I guess I am a YouTuber. Not big, though.
Terms of service.
Maoism doesn't get you paid. Maoism gets you.
I find it difficult to believe, for example, that I wouldn't get banned, or at least have my video deleted, if I was to, say, repeat Ethan Klein's easy-to-find address 17 times in one video. Obviously, just because you can find it doesn't mean that it's not doxing to share it. The only case where it is not doxing is when the person has...
Bro, you are so fucking tedious.
In 48 hours. But then...
So you put in your little fucking complaint. Now shut up.
No. I sent you a picture. He said,
This dude is a fucking cokehead. This dude is a fucking cokehead. Look at this.
So that telling him to clean his shit is a threat?
He sent me an email just right now. I sent you a picture. He said,
Look at him shaking and shit. This dude is a fucking tweaker.
Or not right now. Let's see. When did he send? He sent it at 8:50 a.m. He says, "Clean your shit. Don't eat it." Which I.
Yeah, this man's a fucking. Yeah, a fucking cokehead dope fiend motherfucker.
I don't know. It was a threat.
So yeah, he would.
Yeah, look, anytime you see somebody doing this, or their bottom lip is hanging down, that's a fucking cokehead. That's a fucking crackhead.
Definitely consider it a threat.
I know, okay? I worked in fucking shelters. I know what a fucking crackhead looks like. That dude is a fucking crackhead.
For me to share his address, even though it is rather easy to find. Yet he
anytime you see somebody, that's a fucking tweaker.
seems to think it's okay for him to share my own personal information, as he makes the argument that it's fine room to do so because others doxed me before he got around to doing it. Very genius logic there, and also very irrelevant, given that YouTube does not give a single shit about it. YouTube's terms of service are clear, and if their terms of service are equally applied to all to the guy and to harass him...
Bro, you just whine. We get it, bro. It sucks that you were doxxed, but you don't have to... Bad Empanada is who should have done Cory. Damn, I forgot the motherfucker's name. Cory Booker. Bad Empanada is who should have done Cory Booker's filibuster. Because this dude has talked for almost 7 minutes about nothing.
He said, "Enjoy hell."
Yeah, no, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public face.
You hired a rabbi to destroy your Yeezys. I'm really glad I wear penny loafers.
Facing account.
Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Strong entry. Not exactly the Esteban, but halfway there.
He's not. Oh yeah.
Yes, he's a real guy.
Blocked him 'cause he's not showing up for me.
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's Star David tattoo. He said,
"Stop doing drugs. Stop doing drugs and then putting yourself on the internet."
"I'm glad that phase is behind me. Enjoy hell."
Yeah, look at this. Man, you ain't got to lie to us and say that he don't stink.
Joe Coop said, "Let's start David." Here he is. If anyone, Oscar Mayer truck.
It's at the Henry Ford Museum. Yeah, they also have the.
Wait, it doesn't travel around?
Yeah, I thought it tried.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any. Good thing she's not Jewish, hey Joe.
Look at him.
I love it.
Anytime you see somebody that's just Hitler used to do this. Like he would just be sitting down. He's at the Olympics. Why? Because he was on fucking meth. This guy's on meth.
I love it.
Now, if I did something like that to anyone, the video of me doing it would be deleted at the very least, and I would, at the very least, get a warning or a strike, and rightfully so. But Ethan Klein did that to this guy.
That smug little face of yours, boy. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that fucking drip. Yeah, this is a fucking cokehead. Why are you arguing with a cokehead, bro? You know, this made me sick. I'm gonna go throw up somewhere. I'm gonna go throw up. Peace. Jesus Christ. I was here for almost 5 hours. I love unemployment. Catch me tomorrow. I'm going to be interviewing Omaha Tenants United. Well, a comrade from Omaha Tenants United. So you could actually learn something useful besides don't